Good morning, everyone. We are going to get started in a few minutes. We're just waiting for a few more board members to log in. Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. We're waiting for one more board member, but hopefully he'll jump on soon. 1.01 procedural matters A, call to order. B, 1.01B, pledge of allegiance. Mr. Delatorre, can you lead us in pledge of allegiance, please?
Please stand up. Raise the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States
of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
liberty,
and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1.01C, roll call.
Mr. Doherty,
Present.
Dr. Jung,
Present.
Mr. Kwok,
Present.
Mr. Delatorre,
Present.
Mr. Medrano, Mrs. Bowie,
Here.
Dr. Fancher,
Here.
Ms. Rojas,
Here.
Thank you. One point, 1.01D, review the agenda, any additions, deletions, corrections. Superintendent.
Thank you. Good evening, board member, Mr. Board
Morning.
President. For the special board meeting, meeting agenda for today, addition none, deletion none, correction none, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. 1.02, adoption of the agenda, including any additions, deletions, corrections, and adjustments in order of business. Can I have a motion?
So move.
A motion by Dr.
Second.
Chang, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kwok. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Medrano, Mr. Delatorre,
Present.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Can we go back to get, I'm sorry, can we go back to Mr. Delatorre to get his vote?
Aye.
There, perfect.
Got it? Okay. Thank you.
1.03, request to speak to agenda items. A, confirmation of request cards collected from audience members wishing to speak on items of the agenda. So we did receive several dozen emails from community members. We will make sure that each board member gets those emails. Unfortunately, we would not have enough time to read all the emails that we got in support or against the project, the Wedgeworth project. But we will make sure that those are all sent to the board so that they have access to all the emails that were sent by community members. But unfortunately, just due to the volume of emails that were sent, we can't read them. And plus, we have over 30 community members who are asking to speak today during our board meeting. We want to make sure that everyone who's on the call is going to be able to speak. Normally, we cut it down to 15 minutes per issue. We know how passionate people are about this issue, whether they're supporting it or they're against it. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an exception. We're going to allow each speaker 1 minute to speak, so that way they can be heard. I don't want anyone to feel that their voice was not heard on this issue. So every speaker will have 1 minute to speak on the Wedgeworth issue. Other than that, we will move on to 2.01 communications, A, employee associations. We will start off with PTA.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Good morning, board president, board members, interim superintendent, cabinet, and audience members. Once again, I am pleased to be with you all and see your faces with everything that's been going on in the world, from this pandemic to these racial injustices and issues across the country and our communities. Now more than ever, I wish that we could be together with our students and with each other to do what is needed. I do want to begin by thanking the board for the resolution that you passed at the last meeting, denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander sentiment, while reaffirming our commitment to the well-being and safety of Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. We have learned now more than ever that we must speak out and use clear language. Black Lives Matter. I'd like to say that again. Black Lives Matter. Our country has a history. Our district has a history. And in truth, we all know that many of our own families have a history. And while we are teachers in classrooms, and we want to always make sure all of our kids know that they matter. When there are issues within the system, we must begin with the foundation of systemic racism to address all racism and discrimination. So we must do better, and I know we will do better. June is Pride Month, and I'd like to say Happy Pride Month to everybody that's out there, including all members of the LGBTQ+ community. As a person, a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I know what it was like growing up in school and in a society needing to either hide yourself, fear for your safety, or be turned away by your family. And so I come back around that we must be more than just having an open mind or an open heart. We must be anti-discrimination. And that includes in our own LGBTQ+ community, ourselves committing to be anti-racist, because it happens within every community. HLPTA, CTA, and NEA will commit to working more locally throughout the state and across the country on racial equity and social justice. We know that most people get into education through open minds, open hearts, and create opportunities. I am excited to see where we go together. I know that the Wedgeworth project is on the agenda today. Well, at this time, HLPTA is unable to take a position for or against. It is because we need to know more about the budget. Obviously, we, like everybody else, is concerned about these challenging economic times that we all face. But to be clear, this is a valuable project. There were reasons, and there are reasons for this project to move ahead. But HLPTA asks that we definitely please make sure that any movement is revenue neutral. And what I mean by that is that it will not affect our operating budget or mean any cuts. We have always trusted, and we continue to trust Annie, your numbers, and this board. So I'm not privy or as close to the numbers and the plans that are being made. So I just ask each of you to please gut check yourselves and do the best for our district and our students. That being said, I want to thank the district for many of the conversations that we have been having around the budget. I would also like to thank my labor sisters, Joyce Garcia, Laura Silva, and Margaret Caldera for the conversations that we've had. We've had one meeting with Jill just to kind of brainstorm, and we have another one this afternoon. And we are trying to look at everything. It is important for everyone to understand that there's different processes and procedures. For example, classified has a 60-day notice that needs to be given. Certificated has deadlines. So for example, in the regular school year, we have March 15th and May 15th. Right now, certificated are looking at potential summer layoffs that would potentially happen by August. We know that the district is doing everything that you can and taking our information and our recommendations into consideration. We appreciate that because we know how important the one-to-one contact with students is. HLPTA also wants to express and acknowledge the importance of our classified brothers and sisters and the jobs they do. There was an article posted today on our website from NEA about the importance of our custodial staff and how important they are to us moving forward safely. How we do that with no money, I don't know. So I want to remind everybody, CSEA, SEIU, HLPTA, CTA, NEA, and all organizations and what the district committed to before, that we all must be contacting our state legislators, our state and federal legislators, demanding that they fully fund education. I am heartened by the most recent information coming out of the state capitol from the Senate and the Assembly to not make cuts to education. But we need to get that through the governor and get the budget signed. Then we need to make sure that money's coming in from the federal government to make sure that the state is not just deferring these cuts until the fall, because that would be devastating once we are back in school. So there's conversations happening right now in the Capitol, and we are even getting people from both parties, bipartisan support is starting to increase funding at the federal level for education because they realize we will not be able to safely open schools. So I implore everybody to please continue to make those calls and send those emails. Finally, I will end with the reopening of schools. Tell you the truth, everybody's opinion is all over the place, and that's a quote. We have members and parents and students that all have different opinions on how to safely return. I will tell you what everybody does have in common. Everybody, quote, just wants to get back to school in whatever safe manner we can. Never before have we heard loud and clear about the importance our schools play in our communities and in our families. So HLPUSD, we have a lot to be proud of, a lot of work to do. And I'm glad that we have this task force from our labor management team that's working together, and that we will be working with our classified brothers and sisters on how to make it all happen safely. I will end with this. Each of us has a role to play, whether it's the budget, being anti-racist, being anti-discrimination, or reopening these schools. I'm glad that I'm part of this HLPUSD family because I know if there is a district that can get through this together, it's going to be us. So thank you all. Stay safe, stay healthy. I love you all.
Thank you, Billy. Next up, we will have SEIU, Joyce Garcia.
Just a moment, please.
No problem. Joyce, can you hear us?
Anthony, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Laura was the one that was supposed to be speaking, but
Oh,
Yeah.
we can call Laura if you like.
yes, Laura was the one that had to speak today.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
no problem, Joyce. Let's go ahead and pull up Laura. Hey, Laura, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for hearing me out today. Good morning, board members, interim superintendent, and cabinet. My name is Laura Silva, and I'm speaking on behalf of SEIU Local 99. I want to mirror the message my brother in HLPTA stated. We are with him in all his sentiments. And some of his sentiments. With that comes SEIU continues to grow weary with the lack of transparency within the district. I'm just going to be very blunt and direct with my words. The trust we once had seems to wither away daily, but it is not without hope that we can reestablish trust through a good old grassroots effort of communication and hard work. SEIU respectfully asks you to reconsider your decision in regards to moving forward with the Wedgeworth School project. We do not believe it is fiscally responsible to pursue this project at this time. Let us learn from our neighboring districts, from neighboring board members and superintendents who appear to have the best interest for all students, not just a select community. We request you do what is fiscally responsible and equitable for this whole district, not just one school in Hacienda Heights. Bond money should be allocated and utilized to modernize all school facilities in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In order to adhere to the California Department of Education's Guide to Safely Reopen Schools, CDC's safety protocols, and the Department of Health recommendations, all school facilities need modernization. We ask you to take into consideration the time and money it will take to be prepared and have our schools ready to receive our students in August. Moving forward with the Wedgeworth project is just not fiscally responsible, and there is not a rational justification to move forward at this time. I realize these words fall harsh, but only because SEIU is passionate about the students, families, and communities we serve throughout the district, and the equality all students deserve. The COVID-19 pandemic only amplified the concerns we have. It exacerbated the possibility of a recession, but it is here now, and we have to work in unity to survive a fallout in the next 3 years, as indicated in the May 28th budget report. Keep in mind, a budget with a third-year deficit is required to identify reductions. Is HLP-USD prepared to answer this question and justify a multi-million-dollar project, especially now in light of the current economic instability and the foreseeable future of layoffs, reduction in employee hours, position eliminations, and crucial hiring freezes of school interventionists? Although we appreciate the report given by the Director of Finance, most of the information provided are quotes from the many political outlets that reported on the education cuts. I ask you, in the spirit of transparency, unity, and equality, and more so now with social injustices plaguing our country, I urge you to work with us. Form a budget study session with all stakeholders. Prepare a detailed multi-year projection of the entire district's budgets. Show us the trends. Provide us a model of recovery based on both a worst case scenario and best case scenario. As in 2009, let us once again be responsible about the dreaded word recession. In short, the concerns that continue to weigh heavily on us are the following: the Wedgeworth project, a 10% budget cut to education, safely reopening schools, continuous declining enrollment, and last but not least, a recovery plan, a U-shaped versus L-shaped recovery plan. We as a union, we as a district, and we as a team must be prepared to address and resolve these concerns together. We encourage our members and all stakeholders to call and write your local and state representatives and advocate for the protection of public school funding. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Laura. Next, we have Margaret Caldera with CSEA.
Hello,
Yes, we can hear you, Margaret.
thank you. Good morning. Although it does not feel like a good anything based on your agenda today, it's very disheartening to see this item on the agenda. Before I begin, I would like to thank HLPTA, Billy Joe Wright, and SEIU, Laura Silva. Thank you so much for including CSEA in your comments and supporting us. We are all essential workers during this COVID-19, and I'd like to thank you for your support. My name is Margaret Caldera, Chapter President of CSEA 115. We are the support staff that have kept this district alive by the services we have continued to provide to the district, students, staff, and community during the COVID-19 school closures, and we have continued to do so today. I would like to address agenda item 4.02.A, Government Code Section 54957.6. All three employee associations are listed under this agenda item, so hopefully it's something positive. CSEA was never notified about what this discussion would entail. However, we hope that the part relating to CSEA will be to settle our contract and remove the waiver of our members' statutory rights. CSEA was certified for impasse, and we are on the next step for fact-finding. CSEA members have not received their salary increase as all others in the district have already received, including Jill Rojas, Assistant Superintendent of HR. And her percentage is a whole lot higher than CSEA's percentage. We are the lowest paid employees of the district. But even with Jill already receiving her salary increase, she still has refused to settle with CSEA. And now CSEA members are being threatened by layoffs. We asked the board to settle our contract, remove the waiver, work collaboratively with CSEA, which is still in your authority to do so. Also listed on the agenda is 3.04C, action on the Wedgeworth project. Today, you will be taking action on this item, which will have a starting cost of over $50 million. This should not be your priority during a time in which your dedicated employees are being threatened by layoffs. Your priority should be the safety of your students and staff of the district. Jill Rojas, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, has stated that the earliest school reopening will be as soon as July 1st. This is only 2 weeks away. These students' ages range from 2 to 5 years old. They are babies, and they deserve a safe place to learn, just as your employees deserve a safe place to work. We now have trustee areas of La Puente and Belinda without a representative, and if you move forward on the Wedgeworth project, you 5 school board members will continue to silence their voices. Don't you agree that the $52 million being used to build a brand new Wedgeworth school should be used for a COVID-19 safety protocol and installation team to ensure that all schools are being retrofitted properly and equally according to the CDC guidelines and other governing factors? Who is overseeing the safety implementations? Who is doing the actual work? What actual barriers, if any, have been installed? What materials are being used? What steps have you taken to ensure that the correct materials are being used? What steps have you taken to ensure that these barriers, if any, are properly installed? What training have you provided to staff for their own protection? What training have you provided to parents and students for their protection? What steps have you taken to ensure training continue throughout the COVID-19 health pandemic? How will you ensure safety for all when you are threatening to cut staff? How does a reduction of employees protect the safety of students, staff, and community? Lastly, how does your spending over $50 million on one school justify the unnecessary expenditure? Do the right thing and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. All right, 2.01B, audience members who filed requests to speak. Again, because of the volume of speakers, we are gonna give each speaker 1 minute to speak. If you are not speaking about Wedgeworth, please let me know in the beginning. First up, we have Heidi Holiday. And Heidi, you have 3 minutes because I know you're not speaking about Wedgeworth.
Hi, I'm actually commenting on behalf of CSEA.
Yes.
So members of the board, community members of Hacienda Heights and La Puente, other associations, good morning. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Heidi Holiday. I'm the labor relations representative for CSEA. I am also a third-generation resident of Hacienda Heights. My in-laws graduated from this district, my father, my husband, and my kids will soon be starting within this district. I say that because I am a vested party within this community. So I'm speaking today, I want to speak today because of the gross misconduct I continue to see within the district. I've been working in labor for about 14 years. During that time, I've worked with several employers. Some were great, and some didn't have the best intentions for the communities. An example of the latter is USC. I'm sure everybody has seen the headlines with USC. But even at these tables, I did not see such a lack of professionalism or an above the law attitude as I am seeing with Jill Rojas. I've started to see the board on communications between Jill and CSEA. I am doing this because I wanted to make sure the board was aware of Jill's incompetence within her role. I want to use COVID-19 as an example. During the pandemic, I've been made aware of 4 positive COVID-19 cases within this district, each of these employees working. Each time I have provided Jill with guidance on the reporting of these cases, Jill refuses to follow the guidance. I have personally contacted the CDC, Public Health, and OSHA to understand if I had an accurate understanding of what I was providing the district as far as the guidance. After these conversations, it was clear the district is not following proper recording protocols. OSHA even stated, Jill Rojas is acting extremely irresponsibly. How are we expected to reopen our schools safely when Jill cannot even follow the basic guidelines of recording throughout this pandemic? I'm surprised that this continues because the board has stated on several occasions they will handle this pandemic with an abundance of caution. Is this not the case any longer? Jill's lack of understanding is also present within bargaining. Time and time again, Jill refuses to bargain, even though I've provided her with demands to bargain, legal guidance, and clear codes in which it clearly states Jill is violating our rights. These actions have consequences and can create a financial burden. CSEA will still continue to hold the district responsible for these decisions made on Jill Rojas makes on their behalf. In a time that the district is stating they may need to cut services for our children and community by laying off staff, why are you continuing to make decisions that can have a negative financial impact? The board needs to step in now, take actions to resolve the illegal actions of Joe Rojas. An example of this is look into the issues that we have at fact-finding, hold Joe accountable, find resolution. You can use the time during the closed session to discuss this. We also need the board to provide Joe Rojas with guidance and training to prevent further damage. We urge the board to start making decisions and work in collaboration with CSEA as well as other associations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Maggie Hesselgrave.
One moment, please.
No problem.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yes, Maggie, we can hear you.
I was trying to speak as fast as I could.
No problem.
I skip the formality. My name is Dr. Maggie Hesselgrave, a kindergarten teacher at Grazie Elementary School. I've spent the last 29 years working for the district in various capacities, and my own children have spent a combined 20 years of their K-12 education in the district. I'm also very proud to say that I have becoming successful contributing citizens. As a community stakeholder, I feel compelled to address the board today. First of all, I would like to compliment the board on engaging an open agenda item on the after-school program selection. That is a big and bold step in the right direction, and in stark contrast to what had occurred in the past. Secondly, with respect to developing a balanced budget for the new school year, I strongly recommend the board to look more broadly and make decisions truly focused on our students and employees. The state of California is faced with $54 million budget deficit, the worst since the Great Depression. Nearly 1/3 of this budget shortfall directly impact our K-12 schools. And the legislature most likely will revise the budget once school starts, just like what had occurred in the 2008 and 2009 recession, which has triggered furloughs, layoffs, cuts into salaries, benefits, and services. I spent 5 days at school 2 weeks ago cleaning up and packing up my classroom. Tears rolled down my face as I took down my kindergartners' art projects and writing samples. I could hear their laughter and see their adorable faces. I felt inadequate as their teacher during the quarantine distance learning month. My heart goes out to all the families who lost loved ones to the virus, to the parents who got laid off, to the students who missed out on their promotions and graduations. I can feel their fear and frustration from my students, the parents and colleagues during our Zoom meetings. Our lives have been impacted by the virus drastically and dramatically. With so much uncertainty, more than ever do we need all to work together with compassion, integrity, and transparency. Every dollar, every possible legal dollar needs to be spent focusing on health, safety, accommodation, implementation, teacher training on new ways to effectively teach and creative ways to help students to catch up on learning and excel in their continued learning, and to support our emotional well-being of the students, employees, and staff. As we face this unprecedented, monumental, and complex challenges to reopen schools, and with the new superintendent starting in days, is it the right time to consider spending $52 million on construction of a school that has been functioning since the 70s? Reopening schools requires more resources with less funding. Every dollar counts because every student counts. Every employee counts. We matter. Your action as elected officials matter. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Maggie. Next, we have Christine Salazar.
Hello,
Christine,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I wanted to go and say we are living in a historic moment in time where we are acknowledging past wrongs and trying to not just right them, but to learn and evolve from them. And holding public office is something I always thought should be an honor. It's a position of authority, or in this case, service, that involves a responsibility to the public. And you as board members, you have a great responsibility in the form of not just our children's futures, but to honor and fully represent the very communities that put you in office. And right now, your communities of Hacienda Heights and La Puente are asking you to do the right thing. Postpone the Wedgewood project until we know the full fiscal impact on the district. I fully believe the end does not justify the means. And while in the beginning, this project had the best intentions possible, the actions the boards have been taking to lead us to where we are now were made in a way that not just only is it disservice to your constituents, but it ignored the most basic fundamental rules of public servant. Please remember why you decided to run for office. I hope you all wanted to make a difference, to make your mark here in Hacienda La Puente. We are all asking you to be cautious and to make all our students a priority back to school. We will continue to hold you accountable and make, in whatever way you vote, we will remember. Always, thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next, we have, looks like Mario Barragan.
Morning. Good morning, board members, President Duarte. My name is Mario Barragan. I am a IBW Local 11 member, but more importantly, a resident of Hacienda Heights for nearly 25 years. I have 3 daughters, 2 of which went on to graduate from a university. One has her commencement actually this online commencement this Sunday, and last of which is a current student at Los Altos High School. Today, I want to address you, board members, in the item of Wedgeworth School, Wedgeworth School. I have been pretty vocal about my support for this project since community meetings began almost a year ago. So today I want to stand again in support of this project moving forward. This project, as a construction worker, I see it, I call it a project, but as a resident of Hacienda Heights, I see it as a move forward for our district. Living in Hacienda Heights and the communities of La Puente, we've seen surrounding school districts invest into their community and to their students by providing great learning facilities. Our facilities.
It's time, Mario. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sue Koval.
Hi, my name is Sue Koval. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sue.
My reason for speaking today is to ask, what are you thinking? A vote for spending $50 to $70 million and rushing it to be done just 3 weeks before the new superintendent takes his position. This is a very difficult time for most of the world, a very inappropriate time for this agenda. People have lost jobs or maybe take a cut in pay. Well, just here in Hacienda La Puente, you have done cutbacks and laid people off. This policy vote, you show the need for possible reductions to balance the budget for this fiscal year. Look seriously at this agenda. It's laughable and contradictory. Ms. Bowie has signed a letter indicating we don't even have money enough to follow LA County's plan to begin classes again. People are protesting, marching in the street, the tension brought for the need to change. Our students will be showing an education loss after this difficult time, even more so in lower income areas. How can you plan a board meeting last minute during working hours? Who put this on the agenda? It's not only the fact that the community has gone unheard regarding the need to change this project, but we are outraged at the insensitivity and thoughtlessness of this vote. kind of shoving the use of district funds in the faces of those so heavily affected by the pandemic, economic problems, and lost education due to their position in life. Focus on the real and current needs of the district. There certainly are enough. Postpone this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Next, we have Vivian Kuo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Vivian.
As you all know, I've been speaking up about supporting for the Wedgeworth project over a year ago before the pandemic broke, and my focus has always been the health and safety of all the students and faculties. Today, I really want to focus on countering a lot of misconceptions out there, particularly to all the union leaders. You talk about safety for your staff members. There are union members that work in Wedgeworth as well. There are teachers, there are CSCA members, there are SCIU members, they work at Wedgeworth under very difficult conditions, especially when the pandemic broke. As you know, our restroom ratio is 1 to 100 for 100 students. And for adults, for faculties, there's no break rooms, and they share 2 bathrooms altogether, and they break. We are the only school in the entire district that's 100% portable, so there are no sinks in any classroom at all. Where I visit La Puente schools, they have sinks. Where is the equality here? Please don't pull out equality. You are concerned about budget, I get it. And then talking about declining enrollment, Wedgeworth is the only school in the district have increased enrollments, and the funding each student brings in gets redistributed to other schools because Wedgeworth continues to be the lowest funded school in the entire district per student funding. We are 21% below the district average and 27% below La Puente schools per student funding per year.
Thank you, Vivian. That's time. Thank you. Thank you, Vivian. Next, we have Anita Dunbar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Anita. Go ahead and begin.
Okay, board members, I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I know that we're going through some difficult times and you have some difficult decisions to make. But I'm also concerned about the children. Are you really preparing for these children come fall? The social distance, the pandemic reoccurring, and your planning for this event was never on your agenda to begin with. In the beginning, when this hit, the schools did not have Chromes for those students. And what you call teaching education was not done properly. I spoke to teachers who said, we're calling it enrichment. Where is our school board in regards to these students? When you talk about a $51 million Wedgeworth project and bragging about how many students go there, that's beside the fact. Those kids are recruited, and we all know that. Our main concern should be our students in the classrooms and how they're being educated. And are you prepared for this pandemic that has occurred? And those kids having to wear masks every day. How are you going to handle that with the layoffs that you're giving? I say kudos for Sylvia Silva and the others. They're speaking up for the first time. These teachers and these individuals that work for this school district should be the last ones to be terminated. And the Wedgeworth should be put on hold. I understand their situation, but we have other students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Kovchak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mike.
Good morning, distinguished members of the school board. My name is Mike Kupchak, and I'm an IBW Local 11 member. I'm also the director of Veterans Affairs for our local union that represents Los Angeles County. It was my honor to personally serve our nation in uniform for 32 years as a veteran as well. I am speaking in favor of the development of the new Wedgewood School project as it would produce jobs and employment for our highly skilled and trained tradesmen and women within the building trades. More importantly, it also provides jobs for our returning service members from the armed forces who are responsible and reliable members of our community who are trying to reintegrate back into society. Between both Hacienda and La Puente, given the last census of 2010, there were roughly 3,000 veterans in those communities. I venture to say that we will actually be, for the 2020 census, well over 4,000 veterans. Keeping in mind, these military service members have placed their lives on hold to serve our nation. Now that their military service is concluded, they are returning to their homes of record and looking to lean into careers that provide a living wage to include benefits that cover their families with regards to health and medical coverage, of which the building trades provide, coupled with retirement and pension. This school project not only means good jobs, but also allows us to bring in more military service members from our communities into apprenticeship to start their lives with a great career. They're reliable, responsible, dependable, and accountable, all the right enablers that we in the building trades are looking for. The development of the school not only benefits our upcoming scholars, but it also benefits our community in terms of providing good jobs with livable wages. Thank you very much.
Mike. That's time. Thank you. Next, we have Adriana Quinones.
You hear me?
Adriana?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, board members. My name is Adriana Quinones, a resident of Hacienda Heights. Many residents, parents, and staff are extremely disappointed in the lack of transparency and lack of respect shown to our communities of Hacienda Heights, La Puente, and Valinda. The Wedgeworth School project has created so much controversy and division between community that stems exactly from actions that you are taking this week. As you are aware, in past meetings, we asked for transparency, community involvement, and simply allowing our voices to be heard. The decisions that this board make has a direct impact on the entire group of cities and residents. Community feedback should be on top of your priorities. We have also requested for the meetings to be held in the late afternoon or evening. We are also requesting that you postpone this decision until the new superintendent, the facilities director, the two board members come into place. We're talking about a possibility of spending over $70 million. And now with COVID, we have to rethink that decision. You need to adapt the other schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Next up, we have Vivian Wu.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, good morning, board members, Mrs. Bui, Billy, and audience. First, I want to say thank you, community, for putting so much efforts into Wedgeworth project. I know there will be many discussions on Wedgeworth project today, and everyone please stay civil and please do not attack people who support this project on the social media. Eventually, we are all in one community. To get the school rebuilt is the right thing to do. Once the school is done, just like previously, there's some speakers mentioned, enrollments will continue to peak and bring more employment, students, and funds, and you will be benefit all the schools in HLP USD. And at the last, I wanna give our trust to our board members. You know this is the right thing to do, and I want to encourage you to go ahead and approve of this project. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Vivian. Next up is Eleanor Hahn.
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you, Eleanor.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
My name is Eleanor Hahn, and I'm a resident of Hacienda Heights. And I understand that Wedgeworth is a flagship that you have been trying to create. However, with the budget cuts that we have been given and these very stressful times for everyone, perhaps it would behoove us to look and check the budget first and have a budget for 5 years to see whether or not we can still afford to be able to finance Wedgeworth project. And also, I would like it to be part of the budget that is available to be seen by everyone, to know how much is actually put aside for it and when expenditures are taken out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eleanor. Next, we have Stephanie Sanchez. Can you hear me, Stephanie? Stephanie, are you there? Stephanie? All right, we'll move on to the next speaker and I'll come back to Stephanie. Carissa Yu.
Just a moment.
Hello. Can
Hi,
everyone?
Carissa. Let me begin.
Good morning. My name is Carissa Yu, and I was a student at Wedgeworth from kinder until 5th grade. I am now an 8th grader, and I'm here to speak for my brother. From 2011 until now, I have watched Wedgeworth grow. We started off with only 300 students, but now we have more than 600. Yet the facilities were still the same as it was 9 years ago. The only changes we had were the additions of more portable buildings for the growing student body. Wedgeworth has been a portable school for 51 years. We need permanent buildings to fit all of our students. Since 2017, I've been attending meetings about the KA project, including one with Supervisor Hahn. The day has come to make the decision. Despite not being able to enjoy this, I want my brother, along with numerous other students and future ones, to be able to go to a school with a safe environment, without having to share the classroom with rodents and raccoons, having to play around beehives and waiting outside for lunch in the rain or heat, as well as many of the struggles I had. Many others have come before me and talked about the safety and well-being of our students and staff and equality, but allowing over 600 students and over 40 staff members to have to experience these conditions for 5 decades is unjust. We are not functioning well, despite what others have claimed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alki Sapia.
Hello.
Yes, you can begin.
Hi. Can you come back to me in a couple minutes? I'm on another phone call.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Next, we have Hazel Ng.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, Hazel, go ahead and begin.
Okay. Good morning, board members, Mrs. Buie, and fellow community members. First, I would like to thank all of you who have supported the K8 project of Wedgeworth, including the parents who have left our school already, but have spent tremendous time and effort in pushing this long due project. I'm a Wedgeworth parent with 2 kids. My family is an inter-district transfer, and we joined the Wedgeworth community since 2011. I chose Wedgeworth because of the dual immersion program, and I have been a school volunteer and involved in PTO since day one until today. As parents, we want the best for our children. We have choices of where to send our kids to school. Many high-performing schools around us in Walnut, in Fullerton, want our students. I was contacted many times. Every school district is trying to increase their enrollment. Building a Wedgeworth K-8 school will help retain and attract students. And increasing enrollment is needed for the school district to retain teachers, staff, and to acquire more funding. Funding is based on enrollment, and interdistrict transfer bring in fundings too. So we are part of the whole Hacienda Heights family. Wedgeworth has doubled enrollment in the past 9 years, and what is working before is not working now. More portables have to build in since we continue to have increasing enrollment. This year is
Hazel, that is time. Hazel, thank you. Next, we have Fernando Solis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Fernando, go ahead. Begin when you're ready.
Okay, great. Good morning to all. This morning, I join our union representatives in opposition of the Wedgeworth project, simply because this board has not proven that our community has a need for this school. In fact, you don't currently have 1,200 students to fill the new school. If you did, the most obvious, logical, and cost-effective option would be to reopen La Sabita for 600 students, Glen Elder for 600 students, and use the 300 currently vacant seats at Bixby, which is only 6 blocks away. Wedgeworth has 583 students. Just over 100 are from out of the district and not the responsibility of Hacienda Heights residents, especially to build them a new school. That leaves 482 inter-district students. 300 of those 482 can fill seats at Bixby right now. Take care of your current students. Stop worrying about your future students. And this project didn't make sense before COVID-19, and it makes even much less sense today. Thank you very much.
We have, just a minute, the name is Eve H.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Eve. We're gonna begin.
Okay, I just want to first of all thank the board for moving forward this project, the Wedgeworth project. I'm a Hacienda High resident, and I know in this very difficult time, it's hard to make a lot of decisions. I'm so happy that we have a school board that is able to do the right thing and move forward with the right thing to do. And we are happy because you are actually care about the safety of these children, and the first and foremost is to keep the children, in a safe environment and moving forward with this project. And it's a difficult time, and in difficult time, decisions even harder to make. But I commend you for being working so hard at making sure this is going to happen. It's a 50-year wait, and if we continue to wait, it will, it just will prolong. Just absolutely the worst possibility, because as Hazel and Carissa have all mentioned, these children are, it's in the condition that just cannot be tolerable at this pandemic period. All that needs to be moved forward, and what this school will provide will be a great future. And I know a lot of people say, let's not talk about the future, let's just talk about now. But hey, you know what, the future, it is what is going to happen. And,
thank you.
So it.
Let's bring up Stephanie Sanchez again.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Stephanie.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Sanchez, and I would like to speak in favor of the Wedgeworth project. I did grow up in Hacienda Heights, went to school, and graduated from the district. I currently live in La Puente. with my husband, who also graduated from the district and is now an IBW Local 11 apprentice. I believe that this project would help by providing suitable conditions for students, which they don't have now. Not only will this be beneficial for the community and the students within the community, but it's also a great way to help stimulate the job force within the community by providing a surplus of local jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, we have Elaine Wong.
Hi.
Go ahead, Amy.
Dear Interim Superintendent, board members, everyone who's here, my name is Elaine Wong. I'm actually asking the board to please vote no on the Wedgeworth project. My daughter will read this to you because I'm currently driving. Here you go. Sorry, Kira, go. Kira's actually a Wedgeworth student. You can't contact me. Next. Please do not approve the rebuilding of Wedgeworth Elementary School. In the light of budget cuts and additional COVID-19 classrooms, teachers, and deep cleaning, it is fiscally irresponsible to spend $52 to $70 million on a new school. But the money should be spent on portable restrooms, hand washing stations, and 21st century classrooms in all schools, not just one. Epidemiologists predict that COVID-19 first will be a pandemic. Find very difficult in order for it to be set up to withstand even a pandemic. The current design is not designed to withstand pandemic. If you spend the money on a very elite population, you risk losing thousands of students from the rest of the district. Enrollment budget will go down significantly after the pandemic, and it may stay low. Where do you plan to get the money for more portable deep cleaning, PPE, hand washing stations? Where will that come from? Put in the window or the
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. That's time. Next, we have Moses Bejarano.
Just a moment. President Duarte, I'm sorry, I do not see him as an attendee.
Okay. Let's bring up Susie Cervantes.
Sorry, I do not see her as an attendee.
Okay.
I do not see her listed.
Okay, do we have Sherry Chang on?
Sorry, can you repeat the name?
Sherry Chang.
I do not see her listed as an attendee.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, here she is.
Oh.
Hello?
Yeah, Sherry,
Hello?
go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Okay, my name is Sherry Chang. I recently moved to Hacienda Heights. My son has been going to Witchwood for the past 5 years. He will be 5th grader this coming school year. He has been a transfer student from El Monte for the past 5 years. The reason I'm willing to make the 2-hour drive every day is because of Witchwood's dual immersion program. He is completely fluent in Chinese. He can read, write, and speak. I am extremely grateful that he can receive top-notch English and Chinese education in the U.S. public education system. I want to thank the board for making Witchwood become K-8, so my son can continue learning English and Chinese when he goes to 6th grade in Witchwood. Aside from getting the best education Witchwood can offer, Witchwood's school condition is failing. Witchwood's NPR is too small, not enough restroom for all, no covered area, so kids have to walk in the rain, all portable classrooms, the list goes on and on. It's just not safe environment for all. It is just not fair to Witchwood students and staff. I'm glad the board sees the problem. I hope the board can continue support Witchwood's project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Next, we have Cindy Greenup. Cindy, you there?
Good morning.
Morning. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Good morning. I know that monies for capital improvements and personnel come from 2 different pots. However, it is irresponsible to talk of constructing a $52 million school, followed immediately with conversations of cutting positions and programs. Further, with COVID-19 modifications and requirements to support the return of students to schools or not, as we are seeing a second spike, we may be closed down again. There are numerous capital improvements that are needed at existing schools outside the scope of the 21st century classrooms. I work in the Student Services Office at La Puente High School. Among the many services we provide is that we facilitate the meeting space for social workers and outside agencies to meet with our students. Our office is an embarrassment. It has a nasty odor, the walls are dingy and dirty, and the carpet is torn and buckled. Last fall, when I caught my toe and twisted my knee on one of the buckles, the district's solution was to come in and put bright yellow duct tape over the buckles. It's embarrassing. So social workers have commented on the nastiness of our office. So stop pandering to a small corner of the district and do what's best for all of our schools. Thank you.
Cindy. Next is Tammy Jurado.
Hear me?
Yes, we can, Tammy. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Tammy Jurado, and I'm a parent of 2 children in the district. I would like to express my concern with the agenda items about the Wedgeworth project. We are in uncertain times, and I cannot see how this district or how the board would be voting on a $52 million project. When will the district will need to prepare for all the schools for all of our children when we return for the fall? I cannot see how the children can be returning in the fall with major adjustments that need to be made. Also, with the proposed budget cut, work directly with the children is a dangerous step. If you need to make budget cuts, it is my opinion that those cuts should come from the top in the district office. How can you guarantee the safety and well-being of our children if you lay off those who actually provide these essential services to our children? I'm requesting that the school board postpone the voting on the Wedgeworth project until the new superintendent and the new area representatives come into office, and we can have a fair representation of what our community actually needs and what we actually want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Anita Lee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Anita, go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Okay, good morning, board members. I am a resident at Hacienda Heights and my kids is attending Wedgeworth. I want to share the needs for our kids to have Wedgeworth School Project approved so that kids can have a real cafeteria, enough restrooms, and a stronger structure. Last, I want to thank board members for the support for the Wedgeworth project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nidia Rojas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Nidia. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Okay, hello. First of all, my name is Nydia, and I would like to thank the board for putting Wedgeworth onto the agenda. I am a parent here in La Puente, and my daughter has attended multiple schools here in La Puente, and I could see the clear difference between the safety of our students here in La Puente and everything they get for free, breakfast, lunch, dinner, fresh fruit, versus Wedgeworth that gets nothing. The safety, we're talking about, COVID, being safe for COVID. But right now our students at Wedgeworth don't even have the basic necessity and safety that they need. Wedgeworth is long overdue. We need to move forward with this project. Our students are unsafe there. And we're talking about basic safety. I heard offices are musty and dingy. So is Wedgeworth. Wedgeworth is, their bungalows are dipping. They're being eaten by mice. This is where we have our 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds. This is not a condition for our students. We need to go forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Next, we have Audrey Dawn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Audrey.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Audrey Dawn. I am a student of Wedgeworth Elementary School.
Audrey, I'm going to pause you right there. Can you have your computer muted, please? All right, let's bring her back on.
Okay.
All right, Audrey, you ready?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Audrey Dawn. I am a student of Wedgeworth Elementary School. Thank you for providing teacher for my school and myself so we can learn many educational from our teacher. And I would like to have K-8 at my school. I really like to go to Wedgeworth to go to my school. I am grateful if you make my school to have K-8. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Audrey. Next, we have Francis Chi.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of other residents who are unable to attend this meeting due to its early start time on a workday. It seems quite obvious that based on prohibitive costs in the face of budget shortfalls, lack of equitability and misprioritization of this item on the agenda, the optics alone are horrendous at this time. You have downsized Equity and Access Department from about 13 people to 3. This 2019 Golden Bell Award program serviced our homeless and foster children and families. This has happened to many departments in the district due to budget cuts. There will be no more student support teachers and special assignments at our elementary schools, and we were already without counselors, which means current students will not receive mental health support and intervention, both of which are essential. Next are unprecedented health requirements, real distance learning solutions with need for training, equipment, and support for our beloved teachers to ensure successful return to school. All of this will be costly, yet all of which should be prioritized given the likely spike of COVID-19 come September. Finally, as of today, 4 out of 5 board members live in Hacienda Heights. La Puente and Valinda will finally have representation of the school board as of 2020 November election. This type of decision with longstanding implications should be tabled until the new board members and the new superintendent join the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back to Alki Tapia.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. I'm a parent of 3 children in this district. One who has already graduated is in college, and I've been a resident of Hacienda Heights for the past 19 years. And I want to express my disappointment in the district wanting to move forward with the Wedgeworth project, which will cost the district well beyond $50 million. This money should be evenly distributed and spent on all the schools in the district, not just one. And the district should be making it a priority to get all the schools ready to safely open up again in the fall. This project right now should be the last thing on your minds right now. And the new superintendent doesn't even start until July 1st and should also have a say in this matter. The new trustee areas 1 and 3 need to have representation on the board and also have a voice for these areas before making that decision as well. This district has a history of being non-transparent and harassing people who speak out, which I have personally experienced, and this needs to stop. And you, the board members, are elected by the community. You represent us and are supposed to be listening to what the community needs and wants, and this is currently not happening. I enjoyed servicing the kids in this district before I was conveniently removed for advocating for my daughter and speaking out against a staff member, but that trust is now completely gone. And the community has asked the board repeatedly to make the replays of the meetings available to the public to be transparent, and that's not happening. I've gone to other district websites and they all have their meetings listed.
Thank you. All right, I see Laura Reyna next. Can we unmute Laura, please?
I'm sorry, I'm not receiving a response.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Let's move on to Anna Zavala.
I'm also not receiving a response.
Okay, we'll try the next one. Manuel Acosta.
No response.
Okay. Diane Ortiz.
Good morning, nearly good
Morning.
afternoon. As I've listened to this regarding I'm a CSEA member as well, special ed. As I've listened to the people speaking, I know 50 years is a long time that Wedgeworth's been there, but it hasn't always been a dual immersion. So, I just don't know why you don't simplify by adding more immersion programs to our current sites. I also appreciate Mike Kuchak's service and his use of veterans in his construction company and wanting a living wages to be fair for their employees as well. But CSEA has been asking for fair living wages for a very long time, and our contract still has not been negotiated, which is kind of unfair for us. And I know you've budgeted for that because it's standard operating procedure. So I hope you don't use all the new budget to not accommodate our CSEA members that have been waiting a long time. Cost of living's gone up to 10.1%. We barely get 2 when we get raised. But anyway, budget the building money for more services and counseling for our students and COVID prep. The special ed.
Thank you, Diane, that's time.
Okay.
Victoria Davidson. Victoria, are you there?
Hello, Ms. Shorty.
Yes, go ahead and begin.
I just wanted to speak on behalf of the hundreds and hundreds of community members that you don't hear and you don't get emails from, in the fact that in the 20 years that I've lived in Hacienda Heights, the Wedgewood Project has been a project on the books that entire time. Much like when I was growing up in the San Fernando Valley, we talked about the Orange Line running across the valley from the time I was a toddler till I was in my 20s before it was finally built. This is not something that just came up to our community in the last year. This is something we've been working on for decades. And it's time for us to move forward, whether it's for it, against it, or whatever. It's the pandemic that's going on, the budget issues that are going on that are separate funding operationally and construction. It is time for us to move forward and continue on, because whether we have a new superintendent in a couple weeks or we have new board members in November or whatever, our dynamic has been changing every day for the last 16 years that I've lived in Hacienda Heights. And it's okay for us to move on and continue making decisions and then working towards what's the best for our community. Thank you.
Next, I see Karen Warman.
Good morning. I'd like to say that after the first meeting, you all agreed to change them to afternoons to make them more convenient for the residents. So I'm very disappointed that this one is in the morning. It makes it to where a lot of residents cannot attend, unfortunately. Also regarding Wedgeworth, I'm very upset that you are not waiting for the new superintendent to begin. I'm asking you to vote no, or at the very least, table it till the superintendent comes on. And if this money needs to be used, then use it for the schools that need it, such as Bixby and Cedar Lane, so they can accommodate who at this moment don't know what enrollment will be at any of the schools. So you put this money into Wedgeworth and then you don't have enrollment? Come on, let's think logically here, please. So that's all I'm asking of you, is to either table it or vote no. And please also, member of CSEA, get our contract settled. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I see Antoinette Stratton.
Hello?
Antoinette? Yes, go to begin.
Yes, I'm also a longtime resident. My family's been in here since the 50s. But my children have attended Orange Grove and Los Altos. And at this point in time, Orange Grove also does not have enough bathrooms. They have lead in their pipes that need to be changed. The air conditioning the gym at Los Altos doesn't have air conditioning. The ceilings are falling in some of the rooms. So why can't this money be spread out throughout the district? A lot of schools, I think, need upgrades so that they can stay safe and healthy for our students. And I also request to vote no, and if you can't do that, to table this until the new superintendent comes on.
Thank you. Next, I see Priscilla Gonzalez.
Hello?
Yes, Priscilla, go to begin when you're ready.
Hi, I'm addressing the board as a parent, a grandparent, and an employee of this district. I've had 4 of my 5 children graduate from Hacienda La Puente. I also have a grandson that attends Baldwin Academy, Go Bulldogs. He's going to the 2nd grade. He still has much of his school years ahead of him. In this trying time with the virus, with our unknown state of the new school year, our social divide, we need some understanding and strong leadership for our communities. I implore you to postpone the project until our state and our district is in a better position. Layoffs and budget cuts are already being discussed. If you choose a building over your district employees, that will send the same message that society is sending our people of color, that they just don't matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Next, I see Benson Lamb.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm support the project because all the facility at Wedgwood is very old and the students are not in the safety situation. And the Wedgwood enrollment is very high. The demand is very high for the development of the new school, for the new project. And it is unfair to stop the project because of the COVID-19 or the depression period. So I support the project. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, looks like we got Sherry Chang on.
Hello?
Hello, Sherry?
Yeah, I already spoke.
Okay, I thought so. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, community members, for calling in and for emailing us all the comments. We're going to move on to 3.01, Board of Education, none. 3.02, Instruction, none. 3.03, Human Resources, none. 3.04, Business and Operations. A, conduct interviews of after-school program vendors to provide after-school services for the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. I'll turn it over to Dr. Fancher.
Good morning. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Buckner, who will be giving an introduction of our candidates for the interview.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good morning, Board President Duarte, board members, Interim Superintendent Bowie, cabinet members and guests. It is my pleasure to facilitate this morning's interviews of vendors who responded to the RFP process that was begun at the request of the school board earlier this year. District administration have engaged in a rigorous review process of the vendors who submitted RFPs, and we are pleased to present for your consideration the 6 vendors that you will be interviewing this morning. We've provided a set of questions as options for you to choose from, and you can obviously use questions of your own as well. would you like to take some time to review and select the questions that you'll be using this morning? Or have you all already selected questions that you want to use for the interviews?
How many questions do we need to select each board members?
We probably have enough time for each board member to ask one question.
Okay, I think I'd like to ask a question number 2, but with minor modification, if I may.
Okay.
Can I, I'll take question 1.
Okay.
So Dr. Buckner?
Yes.
I have my own question that's not on the list that I'm going to be asking them. It's going to be asking them about scaling up if we need them to scale up from an after-school program to a full-day program in our district.
Perfect.
Dr. Buckner, I would like to ask a question about whether or not they've had any history or involvement in any dispute and how they would reimagine the program in light of the current pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds great.
Is this question 5, Gino?
It has some of those elements, of course.
Thank you.
But it's not going to be verbatim, Mr. De La Torre.
Okay, can I use 5 then?
Sure, I think 5 is good.
Okay.
I think the social distancing part of it is also good. And I think that's kind of related.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Each vendor has been informed of the timeline that we have for the presentation and the responses to questions this morning. Mr. Doherty, I know you've been keeping track of time during the public comment. Would you like to continue to do that, or would you prefer that I keep track of time for the vendors this morning?
Could you keep track of time for me?
I will do that. And with you guys' approval, I will give them a 10-minute warning. So we've allocated 15 for each vendor, but we really, that includes the transition time between them as well.
Great.
Okay. Very good. If all of you are ready, then I will introduce our first vendor. So our first vendor this morning is the After School All-Stars program, and they are represented by Ana Campos and Jackie Licardi. And it looks like we've got Ana Campos on.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Morning.
Oh, there's Jackie. Good morning. My name is Anna Campos, and I'm the president and CEO for After School All Stars in Los Angeles. Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Liccardi, and I'm the Director of Program and Professional Development with After School All Stars Los Angeles.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to meet with you this morning and share a little bit about our programs and how, in fact, we could support your efforts for students in the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District.
Wonderful. So each board member is going to ask a question. We have a total of 15 minutes today.
Okay.
Dr. Buckner will give you a 10-minute warning during the interview. So we'll go ahead and start off with Mr. Medrano.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Doherty. What is your organization's experience running a successful ACES program at a school site level? In addition, if so, at what sites or districts did you run those ACES programs? And thank you for being with us.
Okay, thank you. So yes, we've actually been providing comprehensive after-school programming since 2002. We started with our first district partner of LA Unified School District and have been providing elementary and middle school programs for that district since the inception, 2002. We've also been providing elementary, middle, and high school programming for Montebello Unified, elementary and middle school programming at Lucerne Valley Unified up in the high desert. And then we also have been working with charter organizations where we've actually been the after-school provider on 40 different charter campuses, providing K-12 programming at the, so the experience that we have really, I feel, has been since we began in 2002, we only do after-school programming. So all of our attention is around how, in fact, we can serve students in the most high quality, comprehensive way, incorporating our pillars of programming, which include health, fitness, and nutrition, visual and performing arts, youth leadership and community service, academic support. And then since COVID, we've actually then transitioned over to providing that comprehensive approach in our distance learning platforms and have worked with districts in terms of being able to upload those program elements onto the social distance platforms that they are accessing.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Mr. Del Torre.
Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, I know your programs, especially in the tutoring support, they're very important to our students and families, especially our working parents, and they're going to be relying on your support. And my question is, how has your program been able to adapt in response to the coronavirus pandemic, and what type of planning have you been doing in the future? Like, explain to me, what does it look like?
Absolutely. So I'll start that, and then I'm going to let Jackie move forward with it, because Jackie and her team have worked diligently around making that transition from face-to-face programming to distance learning. So Jackie, can you go ahead and take it?
Yes. So we've been working for the last 4 to 6 weeks on distance learning. And we have put together 4 modules for our students and for our schools around language arts, math, science, and social emotional learning skills. The videos are about 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes long. And the way that we're planning on incorporating this is via Zoom with 2 of our staff members or a certificated teacher, and they will lead the activity around language arts. So there's a beginning, a middle, an end, an introduction, always an activity with the students, and then obviously the narrator to help students as they move through the activity. We're doing this for kinder through 8th grade, and then we have a different module to address summer learning loss with our high school as well. One of the things that we've been doing now, aside from the Google Classroom, is where schools are allowing us to collaborate with them, we've partnered up and we have implemented a tutoring component where students are assigned to us by or recommended by teachers, and then we have a staff member that jumps on a Zoom call with the students to address any additional tutoring that or additional work that they need. And we have been doing this for the last, I believe, 3 to 4 weeks in partnership with schools that have requested us to help with additional tutoring with the students. And this is both in the elementary and middle school.
This is virtual, right?
It's all virtual.
So
yes.
This is Sonata in the school campus.
No, it's all been virtual. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, President Duarte. And thank you both for being with us here today.
Thank you.
My question is, nothing is more important than the health, welfare, and safety of our kids. Have you, the organization, or anyone directly or indirectly connected with the organization ever been involved in any dispute involving any student or child in one of your programs? And what are the most important lessons that you have learned in your experience in order to enhance student outcomes? Thank you.
I'd like to just clarify in the term you mentioned student disputes. Can you elaborate on what you're referencing?
Sure. A dispute would encompass any complaint, demand letter, or legal dispute that you may have received that did not rise to the level of an administrative or court matter as well.
Yes, thank you so much. So we have operational policies that we absolutely adhere to, as well as expectations as far as employee conduct. We work in conjunction with each of our district schools to ensure that behavioral issues are supported in the after school or expanded learning time that are consistent with the practices of the instructional day. When in fact we do have instances where students either or parents have concerns over what has potentially happened during our after school time, then we have operation and grant managers along with our full-time program coordinators that will get involved in identifying what transpired, work collectively with the administrators of the schools to follow up in a way that is driving towards resolution. There have been instances where potentially something has transpired and has led to the immediate termination of an employee because we do have a zero tolerance for employees actually doing anything that could be harmful in any way. That's part of the reason why we have and we would like to continue to have full-time program coordinators on every campus is for just these types of instances, so that there is somebody on the campus prior to the after school hours that are able to intervene and work and communicate with parents, administrators, or school counselors if need be, around the circumstances that may have occurred. All of our staff must go through onboarding training, which includes about 20 hours of Safe School, which are web-based trainings. They all understand that they are mandated reporters, They are taught how to identify incidents and the reporting that goes on. And again, we do have operation and grant managers that are assigned to a cluster of schools to lend support if in fact situations do arise, and so we can handle them expeditiously and comprehensively.
And we are at the 10-minute mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chang?
Okay, thank you, Anthony. My question here is, what are the main required elements of an ACES program, and how do you incorporate those elements into your daily programming? And another question is, I'm wondering, does your program provide or require any equipment to fulfill those elements?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, there are elements of program that are required under the auspices of the funding terms and conditions of ACES. One of those is to lend academic support, to provide academic enrichment, and to ensure that students have an opportunity for physical activity. So those elements, the funding terms, are incorporated into our program plans that we have for each of our schools. The structure of our program around the 4 pillars that I indicated prior ensure that in fact we are in compliance with those elements that are mandated through the ACES grant. And part of Jackie's role is we have a team of program support specialists that work with our program coordinators and program leaders to ensure that those elements are readily evident in the program design and the schedules. So, being in adherence to those requirements is of utmost priority to us. So they are, and they are being observed and monitored to ensure that those continue throughout the course of the school year. As far as equipment, a lot of the equipment and supplies are incorporated into our program based on students' voice as far as their selection of enrichment. So if in fact, for example, students wanted to join a basketball team, that our organization would ensure that they have all of the necessary sporting equipment, a uniform, so if they are able to be a part of a competition or a tournament, they are well represented, and things of that nature. We also ensure that all of our campuses have first aid backpacks, so that if situations occur and a student were to fall and get hurt, that our staff have the necessary first aid supplies available to deal with that situation.
Thank you.
Thank you again for joining us. My question is, right now, especially with COVID and going on, we have a committee in our school district that is coming up with options on how we safely reopen our school. And one thing we're looking at is whoever we hire for the after-school program of being a partner with us and really working closely with our teachers to making sure that when the students with the ACES program, it's further enriched learning. But also, if we had to move to a full day program, would you guys be able to scale up quick enough to do something like that?
So, thank you for that question. It's definitely has been a lot of discussion around the various models that school districts would be considering for the fall. I personally sit on a lot of statewide committees for after school, really talking and addressing those various scenarios that are being discussed. One of the things that the Department of Ed is doing right now is through their expanded learning division is creating some guidelines and some flexibility for after-school providers to be able to work around these different scenarios. The funding terms and conditions are very clear, and that is that you must provide a program from the end of school day until 6 o'clock. But with all of these various models that are going on, we are in fact recommending that the department give some flexibility so that after-school programs are better equipped to adapt in as far as whatever the school's structure is going to be, timeline, that we'll be able to really support those efforts within the guidelines of the ACES funding terms and conditions again. So that's a long way to say that we are insured. I believe that we have had a track record of being very, very flexible around situations that are occurring. So for example, when there's parent-teacher conferences, we staff earlier than normal to allow for students to stay on those campuses until such time that the 6 o'clock mark comes. So we have adapted in prior situations, and I'm confident that we will be able to continue to do that in the upcoming 2021 fiscal year.
Wonderful. We're going to go ahead and do some closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to, again, thank you so much for this opportunity. We are an organization that really, we really work towards our mission of educating, enlightening, and inspiring our youth. Some of the things that we've actually been able to do also during COVID is to reach out to a lot of our partners and to see how, in fact, we can support families during this time that may not necessarily be directed strictly to after-school programming. And so one of the examples of that is that by the end of June, we actually will have we would have distributed about $900,000 worth of grocery gift cards, understanding that food insecurity has always been a problem, and especially during the time when family members are unable to work. So that's just another example of our commitment to really serving our students and our families. And I look forward to the opportunity and the possibility of being able to provide our programs to the students within your district. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we go ahead and exit now? Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next vendor this morning, and I know Nancy will be bringing them up. Our next vendor is the Boys and Girls Club, represented by J.R. Zubak and Yesenia Diaz.
Mr. Zubak is not on the meeting.
Okay, so we have Yesenia. And well, if we can unmute her, then we can go ahead and start.
He should be joining shortly. We were kind of logging in and out, trying to make sure we didn't miss it.
We'll wait a few minutes to get him on. Thank you guys for being patient with us. And with being flexible with the time.
Yes, no problem. We kept thinking we missed it. We can get started if anything, because I know it's on a timed.
What did you say?
Oh, there you are. We just
came out of the board meeting, or are we in the board meeting?
You are in the board meeting.
Oh.
So the interviews are done in public.
Sorry, we kept jumping in and out of the board meeting earlier, but
No problem. I was telling Yesenia that we apologize as well. And thank you for being patient and flexible with the timing. So it's going to be 15 minutes. Each board member is going to ask you a question. You can start off with the opening statement and then end with the closing statement. And so we'll go ahead and begin. We'll start with Dr. Buckner's going to be tracking the time. We'll give you the 10-minute warning. And so we can begin with Mr. McDonald.
How you doing? Thanks for joining us today.
Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead and begin with the opening statement.
Okay.
Mr. Zubek, are you there?
Oh, you want me, what do you want to do?
Opening statement.
Opening statement. Well, I want to thank the board for allowing us to be here this morning to be able to make a presentation around the work that we do at Boys and Girls Clubs of the West San Gabriel Valley. And we are available to answer all the questions and share with you the wonderful work that we've done in the community for well over 45 years.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, now Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for being here. What is your organization's experience running a successful ACES program at a school site level? In addition, if so, at what sites or districts did you run those ACES programs? And thanks again.
Yesenia.
We actually have a partnership and we run our ACES program at the Alhambra Unified School District up to this last year in March, right before the closures. So we have a strong connection with Alhambra Unified with running the ACES after school. I would say that partnership is about close to 12 years, I believe. When the first money came through, Proposition 49, we applied collaboratively with Alhambra Unified School District to implement the program. And I would say it's very successful. We worked with them for a few years. And then most recently, we started the partnership again with running the sites. We are at 12 of their school sites.
And the beauty behind it is the fact that Boys and Girls Clubs have a long, rich history, well over 15 years, running ACES sites on campuses throughout LA County and throughout Los Angeles. And why that benefits us is because of that, we do have the opportunity to collaborate with 140 other ACES sites in LA County between 20 other Boys and Girls Clubs. So that allows us, when we get into a situation where we need to make changes or improve the quality of work on an ACES site.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll go next.
Yeah, I think it's you, Mr. Delta, right?
Okay. Yes. Well, first of all, thank you so much, and I appreciate your patience. I know your programs, especially the tutoring part, they're very important to our students and families, especially our working parents. So my question goes like this: how does your program been able to adapt in response to the coronavirus pandemic? And what type of planning have you been doing in the future? I guess what I want to know is, what does it look like? How is it going to look like?
Well, I think I'll start. I know just with the pandemic coming in March, we obviously shut down our school sites and our facilities. And within less than 2 weeks, we were up and running virtual programming. We are reaching about 250 students a week through our virtual programming. The programming entails the tutoring. We do have tutoring. We could do one-on-one or group-based. So we did. How does it look with COVID? We did go on virtually to just access all our students and provide them services with homework help, and really transitioning them into the e-learning or distance learning. How are we going to look in the future? We're during COVID right now. We are going to be opening up our summer program this Monday at our main facility. For the future, we don't consider that we're going to be just doing after school work. We're open to be doing all day learning, opening our centers in the morning to assist our families with e-learning and distance learning. So we are looking at other opportunities and other ways to help serve our students.
We also have had over the last several years an expansion of the complete organization operation, and we went into bringing into our pods onto the campuses our pop-up facilities. So we have 3 vehicles that have been designated and set up to be able to accommodate wellness, which is mental health, our social emotional wellness van, as well as our music and art studio, and well as our games room van, that we are positioned to be able to navigate onto the school campuses to be able to bring in those other opportunities. We've always recognized over the last 12 years that it's always a little bit harder and challenging for our kids on the school campuses because it just feels like an extended school day. So it's important that we allow them to be a part of our academic success, and especially now with COVID, making sure that we manage the learning curve that we believe is going to be a problem, but also augmenting by bringing in space that can be used to continue the look of the possible quad or pods, not quad, but pods set up. When we return back, we recognize that kids need to be in smaller group setting, and we anticipate doing that on our ACES sites as well.
Thank you. Mr. Kwok?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you both for being with us here today. Nothing is more important than the health, welfare, and safety of our kids. Have you, the organization, or anyone directly or indirectly connected with the organization, ever been involved in any dispute involving any student or child in one of your programs? And what are the most important lessons that you have learned in your experience in order to enhance student outcomes? And by the way, dispute encompasses both legal disputes and any complaint or demand letter that you may have received that did not rise to the level of administrative or court matter.
Over the last several years, our organization has spent a great deal of time bringing in the social emotional wellness program with the number of clinicians on staff. And we've recognized the importance of being able to have access to those folks. And to answer the question is, we've had over the years, families come forward and ask for support or maybe a level of frustration they might have had on one of the school sites, but we've never had a legal dispute or lawsuit or anything against the organization. Most of the work, if not all, have always been managed, be communicated, be understood, to be collaborative in the sense of trying to meet the best position of the organization and as well as the child. So we are prepared more than ever, knowing that children's safety at this point, the key focus and the priority is to be able to have our skills, our training for our staff to be prepared to handle what we believe will be a stressful conversation with our families when it comes to this COVID on school sites. I don't know if that answered the question that you wanted, but no, we have not had any legal or discourse come forward to the organization. And we've always been able and welcome to bring on conversations of families who felt, that they needed to talk. And I alluded to the social emotional wellness because over the last 10 years, we've recognized that bullying And there's been a rise on social media presence on school sites that we need to be able to handle. And so we have regular meetings with our parents, and we've always brought on clinicians to kind of help guide the conversation, to help them better understand and to always understand what they're feeling.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chang.
We're almost at 10 minutes there.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question here is, what are the main required elements of an SS program, and how do you incorporate those elements into your daily programming? And does your program provide or require any equipment to fulfill these elements?
Yesenia, can you answer that?
I got the other part of, does the program require any equipment? Any equipment or any activities or materials that we would use, we would provide ourselves. So whether it's the PPE equipment to safeguard our staff members as well as our students, we would be providing that ourselves and supplying it for them.
Was the question around whether we would have the necessary equipment for the program? Was that what was the question?
That's the second part, but the first part of the question is this one. Let me repeat one more time. What are the main required elements of an SS program, and how do you incorporate those elements into your daily programming?
Okay, so the main, from what so the main areas for ACEs for us, it's basically 4 components. Provide the students a nutritious daily snack, provide educational and literacy components. Another one is the educational, the group programming. This is the STEM, the literacy, the math, the kids lit, the education part. And then the 4th is physical fitness. So it's basically the daily snack, the homework assistance, the educational enrichment, and then the physical fitness component. So every day a child comes to our facility, our ACEs program, we expose them to those 4 components each day. I hope that was the question, yeah.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
So Yesenia kind of touched on this already, but my question is, with COVID going on in our schools right now, we have a committee of teachers and principals that are looking at options on how we can safely reopen our schools if we are able to do that. One of the things that have been discussed is whoever we partner with for our ACEs program may have to go from just an after-school program to an all-day program. Are you guys going to be able to, 1, partner closely with our teachers on educational enrichment, but 2, scale up or to become an all-day program, not just an after-school program?
I want to answer that is we are recognizing, post this COVID, that the work that we've been doing in youth development is going to have to completely shift moving forward. Obviously, in the last 3 months, the organization has had to put a great deal of effort and money, resources to technology. So we had just received 2 fairly significant grants around technology, making sure that we will continue to be able to reach, the members, if you will. What we've also come to learn is as we partner and become, really entwined with the schools, we recognize that boys and girls clubs in general are no longer going to be calling themselves after school programs. It's going to have to look different in the future. And so we recognize that we are going to end up having to be full day programs, meaning, our club has had experience over the last, 15 years running a daycare center in the city of Baldwin Park. We recognize that we are going to have to go to a full day model, as we've done every summer, where we are open from 8 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 for early bird till 6:30 every single day during the summer. We recognize with COVID that we are going to have to gear up to increase the amount of staffing in order to accommodate our families because of the dynamics of what the schools are having to deal with as it relates to scheduling, full day campuses or year-round school, or whether students are going to be coming back in smaller groups or alternate days. We are planning on scaling up our staff to accommodate that. And if we were so blessed to be able to have this opportunity to partner with the district, we want to partner with you in a way that we create the best ACES program in the country as it relates to being on campus full day and utilizing any of the resources that we have, as I shared earlier, around our pop-up, and bringing, new level of excitement, new level of programming, and addressing the needs of our La Puente community.
Thank you. You can go ahead and give a closing statement.
The closing statement is we've been so fortunate to be able to be in the city of La Puente, serving out of the main hub of the community center for many, many years. And we have done an amazing job, I believe, becoming good stewards of resources that we've shared with the city. We have always had the ability to be adaptable. I think our greatest strength for the organization has always been its ability to collaborate and to be very understanding of various cultures. Having said that, I believe that if we were so blessed to get this contract, I think we will continue to do the heavy lifting that's needed. Our organization last year worked really hard with the city in order to get as first time ever gang grant out of the state of California for gang reduction and youth development work. And we did that in partnership with the actual city. The club wrote the proposal, wrote the grant, and worked hand in hand to make it happen with our local high school. So, we are not going away. We just see ourselves doing more youth development work together. And so I appreciate you all allowing us this time. Our organization comes with experience, high integrity, and tons of community support. And we thank you for this time.
Thank you. All right, turn it over to Dr. Buckner.
All right, thank you very much. Our next vendor this morning is Delhaven, and they are represented by Tim Seal and Eric Benavides. And there they are, both online now.
Good morning, Tim. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your patience and flexibility on time. So the way that's going to work today is we are going to give you an opening statement. Each board member will ask you a question, and then you have a closing statement. It's 15 minutes, and Dr. Buckner will give you a 10-minute warning during the 10-minute part. So we'll go ahead and start it off with Mr. Medrano, and board members, feel free to just jump in after the question's been answered to ask your question. But Mr. Medrano?
Do you want to give a moment for opening remarks, Mr. Doherty?
Yes, I apologize, yes.
Board Member Doherty and fellow board members, again, thank you for having us. My name is, for those of you that don't know, my name is Tim Seal. I'm the Executive Director of Delhaven Community Center. And we have Mr. Eric Benavides, who's our Program Director in charge of all of our youth services, on board with us all. Also, both of us are graduates of the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. This time I graduated from Workman High School, well, many years ago. And Eric graduated from La Puente High School. But we're also both also graduates of Del Haven's after school programming. I grew up in it starting when I was 7, and Eric has also grown up in it since he was 5 years old. So if you know my age, it kind of tells you how far back to go. We appreciate you having us, and we're willing to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for that, Tim. So I'll start with the first question. What is your organization's experience running a successful ACES program at a school site level? In addition, if so, at what sites or districts did you run those ACES programs? And I know you kind of touched on it a little bit already, but maybe you could discuss it in depth a little more.
Certainly, and going through our history, Del Haven actually last month just celebrated our 48th year anniversary in La Puente. We actually started structured after school programming back in 1974 in partnership with the school district. At that time, we were busing students in from Hacienda La Puente and Alden Park and El Monte school districts. That then expanded to a 5-day program where we had just La Puente residents coming to our program on a daily basis, which eventually, for 10 years leading up to ACES back when ACES started back in 2002, in partnership with Bonnie Wilson when she was principal of Baldwin Academy, we started on-campus educational recreational programs, which led to eventually nine of your school sites in the Workman La Puente quadrant that we were operating. And then in 2002, ACES program came to existence. And of course, we've been a partner with Hacienda La Puente moving forward since then. But on top of that, not only with the ACES programs and after school programming, in terms of our partnerships with the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District, we provide massive summer day camp programs, vacation camps for your students. On closure dates at the school district, we provide all day care. We have a program where we have students referred by your principals and community liaisons that have emotional and behavior issues that we work with. Internship programs at your high school level. This summer, in fact, as of right now, we will be providing the staff that's going to be doing your summer lunch program for students out of Workman High School, which I believe is about 700 students a day. So we have a long history in terms of working with students, in terms of providing after-school programming. Again, we were doing it long before ACES was even a concept, and doing it ever since. Plus, just with our partnership with the school district.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. I understand that your programs are very important to our students and families, especially our working parents. With that in mind, my question goes along the lines, how has the program been able to adapt in response to the coronavirus pandemic? And what type of planning have you been doing in the future? I guess what I want to know is, how is it going to look like?
Mr. Benavides will answer that one.
Okay. So in terms of, how we've been able to adapt, it took us about a week to switch gears and move into a distance learning format where we were posting weekly videos, worksheets for students. So every week we would post worksheets for grades K-8 areas of reading, language arts, and math. So parents had additional resources, aside from what the schools were giving. And then depending upon the day, we have a physical fitness day where our staff would create videos and post them online. Everywhere from music, we have special guest readers where we were able to utilize some of our community partners, Mayor of the City of Industry, Mayor Pro Tem of La Puente, our California Highway Patrol, who all did a series of guest reader videos for this. In terms of what it's looking like in the future, we're trying to stay on top of all the different models that are coming out in terms of after school and what it's going to look like, or the school day program. So we're planning for each of those and then are ready to pivot as necessary once the district decides what's going to be the best model to go with. We've also been in touch with all of our families throughout the period where we have offered support in terms of food and or PPE equipment.
right, great. I guess I'm up next. And it's good to see both Tim and Eric again. Thank you for joining us. My question is that nothing is more important than the health and welfare and safety of our kids. Have you, the organization, or anyone directly or indirectly connected with the organization, ever been involved in any dispute involving any student or child in one of your programs? And what are the most important lessons that you have learned in your experience in order to enhance student outcomes? And for your information, a dispute encompasses both legal disputes and any complaint or demand letter that you may have received that did not rise to the level of administrative or court matter. Thank you.
Oh, Gino, it's good to see you too. I'll touch upon that, then turn it over to Eric. We've been working with children, young adults, special needs population, and our families for, again, 48 years. We have, during that time, never had a lawsuit against us for any mistreatment or anything like that. Other than, and as you as a board are aware of, a few years ago at Fairgrove Academy during the ACES program, there was a young man, one of our older boys, 8th graders or 7th grade, who did get injured. Him and another young man or one girl were walking through the fence, and one of them kicked it and it bounced back, and there was a bolt sticking out and it hit him in the head, so it caused him to get a few stitches. That was brought up, but it was settled out of court in terms of just paying Delhaven covering the cost of the medical expenses. But that has been the extent of any legal action. Now, in terms of dispute resolution and how we work with our families and staff and their concerns, and I'll turn that part over to Eric.
Yeah, in terms of dispute resolutions or anything like that, one of the main things we do is obviously we have our staff that goes through training, but we have an admin staff available at all times to respond to one of those situations. We always make sure we are totally transparent with our principals and our school district to make sure they know what has happened, what we're doing to handle it, and how we're going to proceed moving forward. Gino, in terms of the second part of your question, what is one of the things we've learned in terms of after school programs is, we are working with the schools. We are a partner, and with our students, we want to promote the development of our students into lifelong learners by integrating content through reading and literature and providing lessons that address the kids with multiple teaching styles, knowing that they learn in different ways, and really just making future learners, gearing them up for technology and what they're going to need moving forward.
Great. Thank you very much to both of you. Great to see you again. I'll turn it over to Dr. Chang.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gino Kwok as well. And my question here is there are two questions. The first question, what are the main required elements of an ACES program, and how do you incorporate these elements into your daily programming? The second question I have here is, does your program provide or require any special equipment and to fulfill these elements?
Okay, so the main requirements of the program as it's written through the grant is academic support, which we do through homework assistance and an intervention period that is kind of determined by parents and their teachers if they need extra homework assistance after that 1 hour period. After that, the other area would be enrichment activities. Enrichment activities, depending upon the day and the schedule, is anything from our math and science Olympiads we do, our robotics teams, our music classes. We've had small culinary courses, different things that kind of add to the breadth of the program. And then the last one would be physical activities, which is our sports leagues, and then our ability to give our kids the choice to get out and do some running and playing and structured organized games. In terms of supplies, obviously we go through a lot of arts and crafts supplies, sports supplies, which is all provided through us, and we do that. The one partnership we've had in terms of like the robotics and that kind of stuff is there has been kits that were purchased through the district that we utilize for those programs.
And that's 10 minutes.
Great. Thank you guys again for joining us. Whatever partner we pick for our after school program, we're gonna have to work really closely with our teachers. Right now, we have a task force of teachers and administrators putting out options on what school's going to look like when, if and when we reopen in the fall. Would you guys be able to scale up quick enough to be from an after-school program to an all-day program? That's the question.
So yeah, we've actually been taking that into consideration for all our planning. And one of the things we understand in working with the district is it's going to require flexibility. So like I said, we've been planning for all those things, and we're willing and ready to pivot in whatever direction is needed. You know, we've looked at the 4 models, and we're preparing for them as much as possible, and we are ready to scale up. And we've stayed in contact with our administration, our principals, during this break, just to offer support to them as well and let them know we're here and ready to work when we figure out what's the best way to provide for our students.
Wonderful, thank you. You guys go ahead and provide a closing statement.
You know, I think all of you are familiar with Delhaven Community Centers. A couple of you more probably than the others on the board. You know, again, we've been here 48 years, and we always joke around. We're just little old Delhaven and little old La Puente. But little old Delhaven's been a little La Puente for 48 years and been pretty successful. And as a nonprofit that has survived, it's even more to our credit. We've been partners with the school district that entire time through a number of programs and services. But more importantly, I think, as you know, we've applied for the Workman and the La Puente Quadrant for a few reasons. Number one, because we have grown up in La Puente. We are now working 3rd generation students and families, members in our programs. We've grown up in this city. We've grown up with our families. We know this city, we know our families as well as just about anybody in terms of some of these programs and services. We're not a national brand. Our name isn't a national name. We have been recognized nationally. Last year, statewide, we're the 2019 Nonprofit of the Year, which speaks volumes in terms of Little Old Delhaven being recognized statewide. We have been successful at Delhaven. I think a lot of you know Delhaven was a family-run business. My parents started this agency back in 1972. My mother's 82 years old and still works here full-time. Eric has grown up in the program since he was 7. I look at my behavior specialist who's been here 35 years, and my other top staff have all been here over 30, 35 years. We do this because this is who we are. We do this because this is our life. A lot of us don't know any other life. This is just what we believe in, what we do, and what we've always done. And like I mentioned, we've been doing after-school programming for 46 years out of our 48-year history. We've grown with the times and the changes. And the one thing the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District should know, and I think probably does know to some degree, even if the ACES grant, that money was eventually run out and there was no more grant, the one thing you have in security-wise is Delhaven will still be here running after-school programs for your students, with or without the grant, because it's just what we've always done and what we always will continue doing. But we do feel we're the best opportunity for La Puente, being that we are the home base, that we've worked with the school district for so long, that we have the relationships within the city, we have the partnerships within the city, the collaborations. But we do appreciate you taking the time. We appreciate your support throughout the years, and hopefully we'll be working together moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Welcome.
All right, our next vendor this morning is Student Nest, and they are represented by Chandra Yoshi. And there's Mr. Yoshi on board with us now, I think I saw. There he is.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. It's gonna be a 15-minute presentation. You'll have an opening statement and a closing statement. Each board member will ask you one question. So go ahead and please begin with your opening statement. Yoshi, did you? Can you hear me, Mr. Yoshi? Mr. Yoshi.
I just shot him a message in chat.
Okay. Mr. Yoshi.
Okay, he just sent us a chat message. Saying he can't hear us.
Yeah, there's something, I think there's something wrong with his audio.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, he's saying his volume is up, but I don't know, there must be a connection problem. And obviously now we can see he's trying to speak. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Now, Nancy, can you unmute him?
He needs to accept the request.
I have.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we're there.
There you
I really apologize. I don't know what happened. I think maybe it just went on sleep mode somehow.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for your patience and your flexibility on the time. We appreciate that. So the way the process is going to work is you have 15 minutes. You're going to begin with an opening statement. Each board member will ask you a question, and then you'll have a chance to give a closing statement. So we'll go ahead and begin with your opening statement.
Right. Good afternoon, President Duarte and board members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give Student Nest a chance to help the students. I'll make a real quick opening statement. Student Nest has provided after-school programs for over 16 years, directly under ASES programs, as well as under the SES program nationwide. Majority of the tutoring we've done programs we've done have been in California. On average, we have been able to show a 16% increase based on the pre-test to post-test or other analysis that we have done over the years. We worked with over 65,000 students, both under SES, math and English reading tutoring, as well as the other after-school programs we run. Our experience has been both in online educational programs as well as face-to-face. And in the last 5 years, we've also created our own mobile app called Lotus, Learning Online Through Universal System, which gives students the ability to use an adaptive learning AI-based program, both online and offline. With that, I will turn it over to you and answer any questions.
Great. Thank you for being here again. My question is, what is your organization's experience running a successful ACES program at a school site level? In addition, if so, at what sites or districts did you run those ACES programs at? And thank you again.
Thank you for the question. As I stated, Student Nest has been doing after-school programs for over 16 years now. The first 10 years were majority SES, supplemental educational services tutoring, under the No Child Left Behind. Over the last 5 to 6 years, we've done a lot of different programs, such as music, arts, painting. Even under our mobile app, we created an arts program that students can do online, learning music. Some of the, I do want to reiterate that during our SCS work, we actually worked with Hacienda La Puente, I believe, over a 5-year period, providing math and reading tutoring. But currently, we're working with multiple school districts and counties, such as Chino Valley Unified School District. We work on a McKinney-Vento homeless students program. Under LA County Office of Education, we provide tutoring and homework assistance during the school day for pre-delinquent students under a program called JDRC, Juvenile Day Reporting Center. We provide tutoring and STEM-based programs for LA County Office of Ed throughout their entire program. We also have programs with LA Probation Department, Compton Unified School District. We've provided ASDS programs, San Bernardino County Probation Department, as well as Department of Education, Riverside County Probation and Department of Education. And with LA County and San Bernardino County housing authorities, we've created programs where we teach students gardening, painting, homework help, and multiple other programs. We also work in Lone Pine with an Indian tribe. And so a lot of these programs were done there as well. They also wanted us to incorporate a yoga class. So we were able to bring somebody in who had experience. Even though Lone Pine is a remote area compared to other places, we were able to provide an instructor to work with the students and in some cases with their parents and teach them yoga, which was able to help them, learn how to be calm and control emotions, if you will. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yoshi. Thank you so much for meeting with us.
Absolutely.
I know your programs are very important for our students and families, especially working parents. My question goes like this. How has your program been able to adapt in response to the coronavirus pandemic? And what type of planning have you been doing for the future? I guess what I want to know is, what is it going to look like?
Right. Well, thank you very much for the question. More than anything, our background during this COVID-19 has really come into play. As I said, we had all these programs that we've been running at multiple locations, and right around mid-March, we had to shut everything down as the school districts or the county were closing their offices. Yet our organization was up and ready within 24 hours based on our experience. As I said in the opening, we provide programs both online and offline. Student Nest created a platform similar to Zoom. Zoom's new. We have our own platform that has audio, video, chat, whiteboard, uploading capabilities. We've been utilizing this platform since 2005. We've worked with over 65,000 students, provided over 2.5 million hours of educational programs to students, whether it be math tutoring, English reading, some of the STEM-based programs that we've incorporated over time. Even art, we've been able to manipulate the sheets so the students can actually do some coloring and so forth. As I stated, our music program. We've also created videos for the students. One of the things I mentioned is we have a mobile app, and that is going to play a very prominent role as we go forward in that students, especially in rural areas, have difficulty getting internet. So even though you may be able to do online Zoom, even our own platform, the reality is if the student does not have access to internet, they're not going to be able to do that. Our mobile app is designed to work both online and offline, so synchronous and asynchronous, where a device can be given to the student. They can work on their material offline without having any internet. And once the device is connected to an internet portal, all the data can be uploaded. Some of the things we've done in the past is we've provided students devices, whether it be a laptop or a tablet. These days we're providing tablets. In our inventory, we have over 1,500 devices that we carry at any given time that, depending on what program we're working with, we can, for lack of a better term, loan the devices to the students. We also have in the past provided internet where you can utilize a MiFi device and we would pay for the internet cost of that, or we can activate somebody's phone and we pay for the additional data to create a hotspot, if you will. So we, and as we go forward, we're also not, because of the social distancing, you're not going to be able to go to people's homes. So we will be mailing items, again, taking into consideration, making sure everything is cleaned properly, and then mailing the device and tracking it and communicating with the parents. Sorry for the long answer, but I thought it was.
Thank you. I appreciate it. No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Yoshi, it's good to see you.
Same here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Our pleasure.
And here's my question. Nothing is more important than the health, welfare, and safety of our kids. Have you, the organization, or anyone directly or indirectly connected with the organization, ever been involved in any dispute involving any student or child in one of your programs? And what are the most important lessons that you have learned in your experience in order to enhance student outcomes? And by the way, a dispute encompasses both legal disputes and any complaint or demand letter that you may have received that may or may not have risen to the level of an administrative or court matter. Thank you again for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. It's a very important question. Probably out of all the questions, I think this may be the most appropriate because you're, as you started your question with, is the safety of our students is the most important thing. As such, luckily, knock on wood, we have not had any issues as far as lawsuits are concerned or any major complaint, whether it be from a parent or a student. As I stated, we've been providing services online for over 16 years. Technology has changed. So if I can bring up a complaint that somebody's had is our internet connection is not strong. So to address that particular concern, we created multiple avenues of communicating with the parents. We had a call center set up, both bilingual customer service representatives that were able to call the parent and help them address any internet-related issues that either they were having or their child was having to connect to the internet. We also
That's 10
had,
minutes.
Thank you. We also had team members that were able to go to a particular person's home if we were not able to provide the assistance through our call center. So that made a big difference. To that end, all of our individuals that work for us are DOJ, FBI background checked. I believe over our lifetime, we've probably hired 1,200 plus individuals, and not a single one has started to work with us without having the DOJ FBI background check. And in most cases, unless you're an online tutor, we've had a TB test done on every individual to ensure safety. Having said all that, we do have complaint procedures that we've had since the beginning and have been updating them as the laws have changed to make sure if a parent ever has a concern that we're able to give them an opportunity. And we provide professional development training to all of our staff, anywhere from 10 to 20 hours. All of our training is recorded so we can continue to provide the additional time as needed. I hope that did address your question, sir.
It did. Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to turn it over to Dr. Chang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwok. My question here is, what are the main required elements of an ACES program, and how do you incorporate those elements into your daily programming? And does your program provide or require any special equipment to fulfill those elements?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, sir. Yeah, we've done multiple programs. Our bread and butter, if you will, are STEM or STEAM-based programs: science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So we do homework help. We've done tutoring, college and career readiness, computer literacy. We actually have our own program that we've created where students are taught how to use Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. We do character development courses after school. As I stated, we work with a lot of probationary departments. So character development, behavioral interventions play a big part in ensuring that we create individuals that are able to not only succeed at their site, but also implement those in their daily lives. We also do basic financial literacy programs with the individuals depending on the grade level. We've done robotics and coding courses. LA County Office of Ed, I think we are running 13 different programs, which include tutoring, robotics. We've done 3D printing course in the past with them. Our mobile app is utilized extensively. Our mobile app, when there is internet connection, gives the teacher, principal, and the school district live reports as far as how many individuals are utilizing it and what level they're reaching. Since it's an adaptive learning platform, it allows them to see what level a student is going. Utilizing our platform on mobile app, we realized, especially under COVID-19, while in the past we were not doing robotics and coding on there, moving forward, this kind of ties back to one of the questions asked earlier. We will be creating more videos and content on our mobile app that will provide the ability for individuals to do more than just math and English. I do want to say all of our content on our app is both available in English and Spanish. And we would be able to incorporate additional languages as needed. Oh, I'm sorry. The second part of your question was equipment. And as I stated, you have a laptop or a tablet, you would need internet, robotics kits or Lego kits, and students would pick up the expense as well as the mailing expense for those devices.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you again for joining us. Right now, our school district has a committee of teachers and principals and administrators going over options on how we can safely reopen our schools if we can reopen our schools come August. Whichever after-school program we partner with, we're going to need them to work very closely with our teachers on education enrichment with our students, but also the potential of having to go from an after-school program to a full-day program. Would your company be able to scale up in time to meet that need?
Yes, thank you for the question. The audio was breaking in and out, but I believe I did get the gist of the question. the ability for us to scale up, I believe, from an after-school program to a full day.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the answer, quick answer is yes. Majority of the work we do is in the LA, San Bernardino, Riverside area. And we currently have over 60 individuals that are working there. And as our program increases, we've gone anywhere from, depending on how many programs and during the time of year, we can go from 30 people up to 300-400 individuals as needed. So the ability to scale up is not going to be a concern for us, especially during this COVID-19 period. LA County Office of Ed, as well as the Juvenile Day Reporting Center, had requested us to increase our time and the type of programs we were doing. So we, in both cases, we were easily able to expand our services and work with them to ensure it wasn't just an after-school program, but during day as well. I will say in this particular, with this question, the one thing that is really out of our control is provided that the laws and regulations require that, but I'm assuming Hacienda La Puente will obviously address those concerns prior to, communicating with us. But again, coming back to the quick answer, absolutely.
Wonderful. And if you could go ahead and close with your closing statement.
Okay. Once again, thank you very much to the entire board. In closing, I've said this a couple of times, during the COVID-19, we were able to switch within 24 hours to be able to do our services online because of the 16 years of experience we've had. San Bernardino County did ask us, can you start right away? And literally on Friday, everything closed. On Monday, we restarted the services online with our individuals that we were working with. One of the things I do want to add is, besides just the after-school programs we do, StudentNest has been involved in a lot of different additional activities, such as we've helped sponsor graduations, we've helped fund youth scholarship. We've also, as I stated, under the SCS world, we provided probably over 40,000 computers and paid for about 15 to 20,000 students and their internet. We set up contests for the after-school programs within a school district. We've taken students to baseball games and basketball games. We've paid for buses for community events. And and in closing, one of the main things we did, we sponsored a couple of students on an international trip to India under our nonprofit, where they had completed the program, and just so they could understand the different lifestyles the United States compared to an international country. With that, thank you very much once again. We really appreciate and honor the opportunity to work with your district.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Okay, our next vendor this morning is Think Together, and they are represented by Tommy Brewer and Natalia Flores.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You guys have had a full day so far, so we really appreciate your time.
Yeah,
good morning.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Good morning, President Duarte, officers and members of the school board, Interim Superintendent Bui, Superintendent Jimenez, congratulations to you on your recent appointment, and to the entire Hacienda La Puente Unified Community. I'm Tommy Brewer, Deputy Chief of Innovations and Partnerships at Think Together, and with me today is my colleague, Natalia Flores, Deputy Chief of Program and Operations. We, along with everyone at Think Together, are tremendously pleased to present before you this morning. Think Together is based on the belief that education is the single most important factor in helping young people achieve their full potential. We envision a community where all young people receive an excellent education that prepares them for college and career. To this end, our mission is to partner with districts and schools to change the odds for kids. In our commitment to creating true partnerships, we stand ready to leverage more than 25 years of experience in education and in operating expanded learning programs across California, including some 39 districts and charter school partners right here in Los Angeles County. Our aim is to align with the unique goals of this district and community. We are here because we strongly believe that we can offer added value to your mission to maximize the talents, interests, and abilities of all Hacienda La Puente students, enabling them to meet the challenges and opportunities of a changing world. And boy, the world is certainly changing right now. As your total solutions partner, Think Together is committed to providing an innovative program design tailored to meet your specific needs, ongoing grant management support, which ensures we retain the opportunity for Hacienda La Puente students to continue to benefit from these grants, and statewide advocacy to sustain programs for students and families who need them most throughout California. We recognize that you're considering a number of providers for this important work, many of whom are our friends and our colleagues. However, what makes Think Together stand apart is our unwavering commitment to aligning our standards-based program to the goals of Hacienda La Puente in each individual school. Our comprehensive systems for every aspect of our program and operations, from staff training and onboarding to program safety and behavior management, from the facilitation of lessons and activities to tracking and reporting attendance, budget management, and the list goes on. And finally, our explicit commitment to supporting the academic achievement of student participants. We believe that our organization's commitments and practices correspond well to your guiding principles, including professional culture, high learning standards, diverse, clean, and safe learning environments, and fiscal responsibility. Moreover, we have had real-time experience leveraging our systems and staff to successfully launch programs in relatively short turnaround times, similar to what will be needed in this situation. In 2018, we embarked on a mid-year launch of ACES programs at 27 Compton Unified Schools in little over 30 days. In just this past fall, in October 2019, we assumed responsibility of more than 40 programs formerly operated by the Youth Policy Institute in less than 48 hours over a single weekend. We're uniquely prepared for what lies ahead. Our traditional program model is structured around 5 spotlights, include English language arts, math, STEM, arts and enrichment, and youth voice and leadership. However, we all know that what has been considered traditional program operations has required modification and further innovation in the face of a pandemic. At Think Together, we too have leveraged this time as a clear opportunity to build robust distance learning offerings, complete with over 600 converted lessons suitable for virtual engagement in a newly launched Think at Home web-based portal that will house additional pre-recorded activities, as well as curated instructional packets across multiple content areas and grade levels. We're excited to take your questions and to provide more details about our program and our genuine interest in partnering with Hacienda La Puente Unified as your ACES service provider. Thank you.
Thank you for that opening statement. Each board member is going to ask you a question. There is a total of 15 minutes for the interview. If we are able to get to a closing statement, we'll provide you a closing statement. We'll turn over to Martin to start.
Hi, Tommy and Natalia. Thank you so much for being with us today. You said you touched on it a little bit during your opening remarks, saying you get 39 sites or programs you're running. So what is your organization's experience running a successful ACES program at a school site level? In addition, if so, at what sites or districts did you run those ACES programs at?
Yeah, I'll jump on that one. So yeah, I think Tommy covered, we've been operating, Think Together has been operating for, 25 years. And the majority of that is ACES program in 21st century, which is similar requirements. So that's a little bit over 400 school sites. And so our experience has been, of course, we're a learning organization. So we've been learning for a while now and implementing these programs. And part of our experience is always partnering with the district partner, making sure that the program is in alignment with what the district needs are. So we partner at that level. We also partner at the principal level. So, our line staff is in close collaboration and partnership with the principals, because you have your overall district goals and needs, and then you have your individual site needs, so that's been our experience in really partnering. It's 40 districts, so I could name all of them, or we could follow up with a list, but what I can tell you is that in the San Gabriel Valley, which is near to Hacienda La Puente, there's about 5 proximity districts that we work close to, and it's similar to the community that Hacienda La Puente serves, but it is over 40 districts that we currently work with, all the way from San Jose and all the way to the Inland Empire. So we're in California. They're spread out throughout California. And I think the track record that I do want to share in which speaks to our experience is, just like schools have FPMs, after school does as well. So federal program monitoring, which are really intensive, and it's a checks and balances, right? It's how the state ensures that the after school ACES requirements are being implemented with fidelity. And in our 25 years of experience, we've not ever had any findings. And that goes back to the collaboration and partnership that we have with our district partners, making sure everything is aligned, doing site visits, providing the oversight. So that's been our experience in implementing ACES programs.
And just to chime in the San Gabriel Valley, some examples are Azusa, Duarte, Baldwin Park, Bassett, Rancho, Mountain View. All of those are current partners with Think Together, Linwood, South Whittier, Little Lake are other examples of our current partners.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tommy and Natalia. Appreciate you being here.
Yes.
I know your programs are very important to our students and families, especially our working parents.
Mm-hmm.
So with that in mind, how has your program been able to adapt in response to the coronavirus pandemic, and what type of planning have you been doing in the future? I know you kind of mentioned, the home aspect, but I want to see, what does it look like?
Absolutely. So when the corona pandemic became a reality, Think Together immediately, through our offices and our field staffs, began conversations with our district partners. We're here to support district needs. We have a platform, a program that we're able to leverage and bend and modify to tailor to a specific district. So in our conversations with our district partners, we were looking to identify, one, whether the district needed us to just align and offer additional bandwidth to the distance learning that was provided by the district. So what that has looked like is district partners offering access to Google Classrooms and those types of things. Secondly, the second offering that we made was for Think facilitated, Think curated distance learning activities. So that means that we invited students and families onto a Think Together Zoom platform in order to be engaged in distance learning. And then the third offering that we made to districts in the initial COVID response was around curating additional instructional packets, because we know that some of our districts did not have the infrastructure to do one-to-one technology distribution to make students able to access. So we have created instructional packets across content and across grade levels. That's what we did initially. Then what we did was we went back internally and began to think that this pandemic will not give us an opportunity to go back to normal. So we had to begin to reconstruct what expanded learning is going to look like. We know that the governor had issued an executive order creating some leverage for the ACES program to operate throughout the day. We anticipate that on the other side of the pandemic, what has been traditional school and traditional after school will look different. So we've already prepared ourselves, both in conversations with our current partners, as well as in conversations across the state, engaging county superintendents in San Diego and Riverside and the like around how is it that we can think together about leveraging the expanded learning space for whatever schooling looks like, which includes a distance learning parameter. Our newest element to this distance learning space is this web portal that we call Think at Home. And the Think at Home portal is where there are schedules and opportunities for students, parents to get additional kind of activity and engagement so that students can maintain learning as well as maintain some attention time. The other thing that I want to highlight in this response is that with many of our partners, we've already begun entering into summer program. And that summer program is leveraging both our either in-person distance learning or hybrid model that we've now created. With our in-person model, again, we're committed to serving and supporting each of our districts in a way that can be healthy and maintain the government guidelines around health and safety, but also ensure that our families and our communities are continuing to be served. In our organization, we just completed our standard operating practices for reentry, both in terms
That's
of—
10 minutes.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I think you have a sense. There's a lot.
Go ahead. I just wanted to give you the heads up.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'll stop there.
Thank you again for being with us today. And here's my question. Nothing is more important than the health, welfare, and safety of our kids. Have you, the organization, or anyone directly or indirectly connected with the organization, ever been involved in any dispute involving any student or child in one of your programs? And what are the most important lessons that you have learned in your experience in order to enhance student outcomes? And a dispute encompasses both a legal one and any complaint or demand letter that you may have received, which may or may not be to the level of administrative or court matter. Thank you again.
Thank you. I can answer to that. So when you work with over 400 schools, you will definitely run into a lot of parent, conversations and, I want to say, we could say disputes, it's a big scale, and so what we've done and how we've learned through the past is there's different levels of how we begin to address that. At the very beginning, when parents want to sign up the students to the program, there's an orientation, right? Because we want to make sure we're clear on what should they expect of us as a provider, what should we expect of them as participants in the program. So we do want to level set and have clear, clarity around the expectations. You often have students that misbehave, so there's different levels and you have conversations. We have notes that we send home. Our site coordinators call our parents to try to, figure out what's going on. There are times where it does escalate, and that's just natural to the work that we do because we deal with so many parents and students. So usually if that happens, what we do is we do collaborate with the principal. Principal may know stuff we don't know about that family that's going on. And so it's important to collaborate and share information. So we'll have a meeting. We'll bring in the parent. Often enough, it's just communication. What's going on at home? How are we not meeting the needs of that student? What are some things that are happening during the school day that we can support? So it really goes down to communication. Normally, we do end up addressing needs there. And so when you asked about student outcomes, depending on the severity of the case, a plan may be created to help the students succeed in the program. So we've done different levels of it, and I think the key for us always is communication and hearing out the parents, assessing what are the needs for the students, and then partnering with our principals to see what's happening where we can really wrap ourselves around the student and help them succeed, and move. And I'm gonna be honest, sometimes the after school program is not a match for the student. We have certain progressive kind of steps that we take. And if we ever reach a point where maybe this is just not a match, the district is involved, through our communication, the principals involved, and we try to figure out, is there another resource, because sometimes it just, the restrictions of the program may not be a fit for all students. So we've also had some incidents where we did have to remove students from the program because it didn't meet their needs at the end of the day.
Thank you very much for your thorough and thoughtful answer, and it's my pleasure to turn it over to Dr. Chang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwok. Okay. The question here is, what are the main required elements of an ACES program? And how do you incorporate those elements into your daily programming? does your program provide or require any special equipment to fulfill these elements?
Got it. So there are a number of requirements for the ACES program. We're required to offer academic supports, including homework, academic enrichment. The grants are required to provide snack as well as physical education, 30 minutes of physical education for every 3 hours of program. In addition, the grant also requires a 33% match, that only 25% of that 33% match can be in kind or cash. So our program designs a comprehensive program plan, which is a requirement of the grant. And in those program plans includes how the program meets and complies with all of the basic grant requirements from the CDE. As Natalia mentioned, our supports to the district goes beyond just operating program. We're wanting the district to be successful in maintaining good standing with the CDE so that we can retain these grants. When it comes to the match, and this will also get to your equipment, when it comes to the match, think together, because we know that these grants aren't robust enough to cover all of the types of services that we want to provide students. Think Together has a very well-situated philanthropy department that goes out and sources corporate and foundation grants to help us to broaden the offerings that we're able to offer. So when there is program that requires additional equipment that is not built into the budget, we seek out grant opportunities to pay for those.
Thank you.
Thank you again for joining us and again for your patience and your flexibility. Right now, we have a task force in our school district of teachers and principals working closely together to bring some options to the board on how we safely reopen our schools, if we can reopen our schools, and what that's going to look like if and when we reopen. Whoever we pick to partner with for our after-school programs, we have to work very closely with our teachers, especially when providing education enrichment for our students, but also where we meet when we need the program to move from an after-school program to an all-day program. Would you guys be able to scale up quick enough to meet those needs?
Absolutely. I'll start. Similar to what I've mentioned, we anticipate that. We've already been engaged in program services that are outside of the traditional after-school time slot. And our whole program is predicated on strong alignments and strong relationships with teachers, with principals, with the district. We're familiar with the framework that has been released by LACO. We are in conversation with our district partners about their thinking and planning around those frameworks. And we're ready to leverage everything that we have in order to help our district partners to be successful during this transition. Nat, you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, our current, our partners are asking us right now how we can support. And so I think our current support based on their needs has been like food distribution at their school. So we supported and stepped in with that. Distance learning, of course, we're serving over 700 students right now with distance learning in partnership with the districts as they're implementing their pieces. So as far as the full day, we've been doing a lot of research. So right now, the things we're working on is LACO released like a planning framework for districts, like what can that look like in the fall. And so did the state superintendent release that Stronger Together, a guidebook for reopening. So we're also taking that information because we know every district is probably going to be in a different place. And so our job is to kind of learn these are the potential options, which is like your hybrid, in-person distance learning, or in person with strong, PPE guidelines. So right now we're just really preparing to adapt to whatever direction the district is going to go in. And so we're doing that, and also in communication with our CDE expanded learning division, they're also helping us get guidelines on how we would be able to adjust this ACES program into really supporting the needs of the districts, depending on what's going on. So there's different pieces that we're kind of putting together because we know that districts will need the support as the new school year starts, for sure.
Wonderful, thank you. Go ahead and close with your closing statement, and we appreciate your time.
Again, we appreciate each of you for your service to this community and for your time and consideration. As we close, we'd like to reiterate that Think Together relies on strong partnerships with clear alignments to district goals for student achievement. In addition to caring about students, we are also very intentional about ensuring that each of our programs maintain good standing with all CDE requirements and grant operations. Lastly, our success is largely attributable to strong systems, engaging programs, and well-trained staff. We welcome the opportunity to partner with you to help change the odds for kids here in Hacienda La Puente. Thank you for your time, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and our last vendor this morning is Woodcraft Rangers, and they are represented by Julie Brooks and Danny Salas. Looks like we got both of them on board.
Hello.
All right, there's Danny.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for joining us today. We really appreciate your patience and your flexibility on the time. So thank you for that. This will be a 15-minute interview. You have your opportunity to provide an opening statement and a closing statement, and each board member will ask you a question. So if you want to begin with your opening statement.
Great. Well, first of all, we should say that we hate to be standing between you and lunch, but we appreciate you, your ongoing patience and the opportunity to be here. So good morning, Superintendent Bui, Dr. Jimenez, President Duarte, and fellow board members of the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District, staff, and parents. I'm Julie Brooks, CEO of Woodcraft Rangers, and joining me today is Danny Salas, Director of Expanded Learning. Woodcraft Rangers would be honored to serve your district, students, families, and community through our after-school programs. We have served youth in Los Angeles County since 1922 and programs in the San Gabriel Valley for an entire century. The secret to this longevity is our unwavering commitment to our core values.
We are committed exclusively to LA County with 98 years of experience and service to it. There's perhaps no more Angelino institution than Woodcraft Rangers. We've operated after-school programs since 1991, and we now serve nearly 15,000 students a year. We are authentic. We staff with staff that represents our communities and philosophy that is youth-led at all levels. We meet each community and individual students where they are. This includes culturally relevant programs like mariachi, Chinese lantern dancing, drumline, and results in elementary and middle school programs that in the last year performed at 103% of their contract levels, with waiting lists in many of our schools.
We are explorers. Over the decades, we have developed over 100 enrichment clubs to ensure that children can find their own passions and explore their whole selves. From robotics to cybersecurity to soccer to lacrosse, Woodcraft Rangers has nearly endless opportunities for your students to explore, including our storied tradition of Sleepaway Summer Camp, offered at discounted rates to our after-school families. We are reflective. We operate through a continual practice of deep listening, where every program is specifically curated to meet the particular needs of each school, with parent, student, and administrator input, to ensure that we are forwarding that community's academic, social, emotional, school culture, and family engagement goals.
And we are inclusive. This has been our North Star since Woodcraft was founded, and we are intentional about program design that prioritizes access and ensures our children feel valued and are invited to participate fully. Recognizing this, the Frank D. Lanterman Regional Center recently asked Woodcraft Rangers to create a program modeled on these best practices to help agencies support Spanish-speaking families with special needs. In further commitment to access, we never charge for any supplies or registration fees for grant-funded programs. And we are playful. From skateboarding, basketball tournaments, from esports to field games, we believe that play is the language of children. This is how they grow individually and learn from each other. Our agency-wide events are a long-standing tradition, bringing together thousands of Woodcrafters to play together each year, creating proximity among students in a wonderfully diverse county.
And finally, we are resilient. With an innovative spirit, we are constantly evolving to meet the changing needs of the communities we serve. In normal times, this means creating forward-thinking programs like dual immersion in Spanish, Mandarin, and soon Vietnamese. But also, during this COVID period, we have developed Birch, a complete and accessible virtual parent support and enrichment program that was on its feet within a week of the closures and bilingual programming within 3 weeks. It has been recognized by the California After School Network as a best practice in digital learning in the after school space, and we are currently hosting 7,000 families a week on this platform. With the incredible challenges ahead, we believe this agility will be essential to finding solutions with our school partners during these incredibly complex times. Thank you for inviting us here today.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with the first question. What is your organization's experience of running a successful ACES program at a school site level? In addition, if so, at what sites or districts did you run these ACES programs? And again, thank you.
Thank you for having us. I'll start here. Woodcraft Rangers has operated youth programming, as I'd mentioned, since 1922, but we've operated after school programming since 1991, and we've operated ACES programming since their inception in 2002. We are exclusively in LA County, and we have experience since the commencement of ACES funding in the San Gabriel Valley, specifically with our partnership in the Darby Unified School District. Danny, would you like to speak to the breadth of our programs?
Yeah, we have extensive partnerships from the San Fernando Valley all the way to Inglewood Unified School District, one of our largest partners being LA Unified. And we also host partnerships with a variety of different charter organizations. We're very proud. I'm very proud of our percentage of attendance last year, because within our elementary and middle school programs, we were able to serve 103% of our contract attendance.
And I would add that we also have proven results in academic achievement as well as SEL outcomes. We track both of those. We operate by the CASEL model, the CASEL framework for SEL. We work with partners like UpMetrics to be able to track both our academic achievement of our students and SEL outcomes. And that includes, in the Garvey School District, one of your neighboring districts, the average GPA of a woodcrafter is 2.93 versus 2.78 of a non-woodcrafter, and has significant 11% more students in woodcraft programs perform at a proficient level in their math and language arts. So we have proven academic as well as social and emotional outcomes that we can share with you. But I would say, I will add one thing. I think we're kind of in a Goldilocks zone. We have about 15,000 families that we serve every year, but we also have a measured growth strategy to ensure that we are exactly the right fit for each community, and that we have core competencies that will serve your community.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Delatorre.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I know your programs are very important to our students and families, especially working parents. So with that in mind, how has your program been able to adapt in response to the coronavirus pandemic, and what type of planning have you been doing for the future? I guess my question relates to how is it going to look like?
Sure. I would say that immediately when this situation began to unfold, we knew that our agility and our innovation and our creativity was going to be able to serve us well. So we focused in 3 areas. As I mentioned, within 1 week, we had devised a system that we call Birch, which is a text-based platform. We had already identified what I think is now widely known, and I think what school districts had always known about the digital divide. And we wanted to ensure that programs were both accessible. We're also very responsive to the moment, as overwhelmed as parents are right now, and we're available in homes, in languages spoken at home. So within a couple of weeks, we had 7,000 families on this platform. It's a text-based delivery platform, but it's not the only thing we've done, and it is available in English and Spanish. It's not the only thing we've done. We also have online channels that we actually began first delivering in our most popular 8 clubs across our districts. And we didn't wait. We we operated in two ways. We continued to have conversations with our district partners, but we also knew that it was a significant period of overwhelm. So we continued to plan ahead, forge ahead, and we were able to make these changes very quickly. We also focused on building out our own infrastructure and our own professional development, because we know that when this comes back, we're going to need to be, when we do come back, when schools reopen, we will need to be immensely flexible and stronger than ever. So we have focused on those pieces as well. And this also comes with variations, right? Each partner has different needs, and we've been able to adapt to those specifically, including live tutoring and mentorship opportunities with partners. As a future, though, we have worked on building out the infrastructure both as an organization, ensured our fiscal health, and also developed a variety of lanes, because we know that flexibility will be key moving forward when balanced with the health and safety of students. So, and we also have been working on establishing and solidifying and strengthening our partnerships, because we know we cannot do this work alone. So that's been great. Like yesterday on Birch, Pau Gasol was leading our morning bright spot. So we have some really exciting partnerships that we've been able to continue to strengthen during this time.
And that's 10 minutes.
Wonderful to see both of you today. Thank you for joining us, Julie and Danny. And here's my question. Nothing is more important than the health, welfare, and safety of our kids. Have you, the organization, or anyone directly or indirectly connected with the organization, ever been involved in any dispute involving any student or child in one of your programs? And what are the most important lessons that you have learned over the years in order to enhance student outcomes, And for your information, a dispute encompasses both legal disputes and any other complaint or demand letter that you may have received that may or may not have risen to the level of an administrative or court level. Thank you again for being here today.
Sure. Thank you. I think it's pretty remarkable that in 98 years, we have very few instances of this, though our scale is significant. We are serving 15,000 students a year. Danny can speak to this directly, but I've been with Woodcraft Rangers for 3 years. Danny's been with us for 15 years. And during that time, he can only remember 2 instances with 2 students that have elevated to that level, and they were both accidents on campus that were facility related. There were no fault of our staff, and I think that incredible track record, considering the volume and the number of years that we've been operating after school programs, is really due to very, very careful safety protocol and communication with parents. So I'd like Danny to speak a little bit to that.
And so we do have a strong infrastructure around our safety protocols and reporting procedures. All of our staff are mandated reporters and with management training. They are supported by the on-site site coordinator and program management team. With that, we're able to provide ongoing training to our staff. And then we're very proud of our continuous quality improvement that allows us to collect feedback, provide safe space for our parents and students to provide any feedback on potential changes or areas to improve. And so we do this every semester within each of our sites to ensure that not only we can address potential challenges, but also just help grow the program design and the program model at that site. And so our CQR process, I know I'm not a big gloater, and Julie tells me this often, but we were recently recognized by CDE for presenting a great model on our continuous quality improvement, in which we collect feedback from our parents, our students, and our school administrator. And so this really helps us create these protocols and continue to grow them as we continue to evolve and grow within LA County.
Thank you very much. And I'm delighted now to turn it over to Dr. Joseph Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Here's my question. What are the main required elements of this program, and how do you incorporate those elements into your daily programming? Does your program provide or require any special equipment to fulfill those elements?
Yes. So our program, as a part of the ACES agreements, are responsible for providing health and wellness component, a supper or meal component, enrichment, and academic component. The way that we design this for each one of our sites is just like I mentioned, through our continuous quality improvement process. We ensure that we connect with our partners, parents, and students to ensure that the way that we organize the program and identify each one of those components is curated to each one of those individually. We're proud to say that we have over 100 clubs that we can offer because we do have a active activity library, which our staff can navigate and be able to access these activities. Some of our crowd favorites are soccer, our robotics program, our as well as our robotics and dual immersion Spanish and Mandarin programs. We never charge for any fees. And we provide all of the equipment to all of our staff and our students. And so our staff are able to create budgets, work with our program managers to ensure that as students share their voice, as parents share their voice, we're able to purchase and provide fresh equipment or materials every 6 to 8 weeks, depending on how often we provide what we call program.
Thank you so much. Next one, pass back to our president, Anthony Duarte.
Great, thank you. Thank you guys again for your patience and for your flexibility and for joining us today. In our school district, we currently have a task force of teachers and principals who are looking at all the options of how we reopen our schools come August, if and when we can do that. And some of the discussions have been, one, whoever we hire for to be our partner in this program is going to have to work really closely with our teachers, provide education enrichment for our students, but also there may be a possibility where we need to change it from an after-school program to an all-day program. Are you guys going to be able to scale up to do that if we need that as a district?
Yeah, that's a great question. That is the question of the moment, right? So, one, we have staff members that are involved deeply in state and county committees that are working on these very questions. So we are keyed into these conversations and are active participants in those. We're very familiar with the frameworks, with the directives, and with the conversations that are being had. And we are at the table with many of our district partners because everyone's approaching this differently and everyone's needs are different. So one, I think that our program design and that intentional curation that Danny spoke to will serve us well in this moment, but this is certainly unforeseen circumstances. I also think that looking to how quickly we've been able to scale our virtual programs and be able to actually scale them, right? We have 2,000 families that are downloading our enrichment content every day on our Birch program. And that's really significant, right? We have retention levels of 80% on that program. And it's not a low touch program. Getting 12 texts a week in parent support and trauma-informed parent support. Our director of learning has years of experience in trauma-informed care. But I also think that we are, and we have an infrastructure. We have centralized data, HR, and procurement and purchasing that will help us to be able to take on not only additional sites, but also additional permutations as everything looks different. But we have been constantly planning and scenario planning for many months to ensure that we are as flexible and agile as possible. I would also say that we've made some really significant decisions as an institution to ensure our strength and to make sure that we are minimizing attrition during summer, which often happens for after-school providers, supporting staff to ensure that they come back stronger and healthier, and that they're in good health too, both mentally and physically, because this is going to be a very challenging time, and we are in the first leg of this marathon.
Wonderful, thank you. Now, if you go ahead and provide your closing statement.
Yes, thank you so much. So I would also add to that point of of school day. We, for decades, have hosted day camps and residential camps. So we have experience with 12-hour programs, with overnight programs, with a variety of shapes and sizes. And we come with 98 years of experience serving youth in Los Angeles County. We have an absolute commitment to youth here, and we believe that mentorship is key. And there's never been a moment where children need quality mentors and quality peers more than now. We are proud that our learning department comes with a trauma-informed perspective. We think that that is going to be even more important at this moment. And we believe that our commitment to individual needs of a school site, of a district, of each child will be the thing that sees us through as collaborative, successful partners with each of our districts. We do think that a blended model is going to be key. So being able to be in person, to be present, as well as online and supportive, a complement of those things, we believe is what's going to be successful for expanded learning moving forward in these very, very complex times. We appreciate your time and allowing us to share about Woodcraft Rangers program today. We would be honored to be your partner in your expanded learning services.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's all of the vendors that we have today.
Thank you, Ms. Nice.
Thank you so much for all of your time in reviewing.
Thank you, and the panelists that interviewed them all. It's always a good thing when you make our job that much harder and trying to figure out which one to pick, because they were all very, very good. And so this is going to be a difficult choice for the board.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Fan, go ahead.
We, you know, and you probably saw in the executive summary, you know, we can handle, as you've done with other selection processes like this, we can handle probably working with a couple, maybe up to 3 vendors in the district. So anywhere from 1 to 3. So you can give that consideration as well as you make your decision.
How many do we currently have in our district?
We have had 2 working with the ACES program in our district for the last several years.
Okay. No, Dr. Fancher, correct me if I'm wrong. This is just a discussion item, right? We're not allowed to take an action today.
Correct. This is just a discussion item, and on the board agenda on June 25th is a recommendation to approve, and that is when the board can make a decision if that works for the board president and the rest of the board.
Does anyone on the board want to discuss any of the vendors or ask any questions of staff?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Yeah, I mean, I have a couple of questions. I think they're all really good. There were some things, you know, I've had some experience working with LA Unified School District. I know we've worked with ACES and also Woodcraft Rangers, and they're usually very like hands-on, active. They have this program like the mariachi program, very multicultural. But I was trying to figure out how it was going to work in a digital world, you know, for this upcoming school year. So that was one of the things. I know that I've seen where the kids are active and they're very involved. I know with the Boys and Girls Club, if I can touch on that, I know a lot of it was music and games. I wanted to see a little bit more of hardcore language arts, math. How is that support is going to be? Because as it is, they do a lot of that gaming or social media already on their devices. So I wanted a little bit more of accountability. I wanted to see how this tutoring would provide them support. So I like the fact also Delhaven, how they mentioned that they would work even if they didn't have a grant. That's big for us. And the fact that they're also local, since 1972, I believe. And also I know that they mentioned that they work with worksheets, you know, for those families that maybe they don't have that technology still in their homes. They mentioned about summer camps. I think that I mean, it's nice to hear it, but I don't see that at least happening anytime soon. Think Together, I was impressed, and the fact that they mentioned that they have these programs like Youth Voice, STEAM, language arts. They serve like 400 school sites, 40 different districts. And I think I'm not familiar too much with them, but everything that they were mentioning, I was impressed with them. So something to think about. I know Joshi, I think it was Student Nest, that they have devices that they can provide. I think it's 1,500 devices that they started using this in 2005. So they've had some experience in using this online portal. So, I mean, I want to hear what the rest of the board has to say. Maybe it's difficult choosing one. So I'm glad, Greg, that you mentioned that we can maybe choose up to 3, so that maybe we can have maybe the principals decide, because they know what their school needs, what kind of programs that would provide them with that support. So what do you think?
All right, I believe Dr. Chang had some comments to make.
Oh, okay. I think my comment won't be extensive like Jeffrey. And like he said, yes, those 6 teams are very impressive. Among them, then there's some teams, I have an extra impression. The first one is this Woodcraft Ranger. And I feel that they have a very, very clear goal, what to do and what they need to deliver and and so on. And also in their program, they also have a very rich programs. Not only this bilingual, this dual immersion program, and also in the technology part, they also have developed their own system and their own programs, and to serve so many students. And those programs, it's a state of art, and this is very necessary for our students. So if they can use their spare time to learn all those things, I think it is very beneficial to those students in the after-school program. And same thing applied to this the Student Nest. I'm very impressed about their technology part, and also they have a very large system, so the choice of the programs is tremendous. And then in this case, the student will never get bored, and also the student can have the choice of large programs, and that really help our students in learning. They have a coding, have computer literacy, STEM program, in addition to help the students in the homework and academic enrichment. So this is very, very impressive. So my comment, I think most of it is from the new technology and from the students' need. Now it is a student need. They must have that one. And because these two companies, I think they really spend lots of resources in developing those knowledge area. And because they have enough students, so they have enough resource to develop those technologies. And Delhaven is the one, I think, with our school districts, and they had a wonderful performance during the last couple of years when I noticed their existence. And, I'm pretty happy with what they have done to our school district. So those are my observations from my point of view.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Any other comments from the board? Dr. Buckner, if the board so chooses to, we can actually even go up to 4 if we want, right?
Absolutely. You can select whatever you decide to choose. Operationally, it's just going to be smoother if we're 3 or less, but you have that prerogative.
So I would like to make a comment, if I may. Mr. President, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Sure. And the reason I ask is because I tend to look at these things as quads. And so we're broken up to 4 quads and making sure that each one has their program. It could be 1, it could be 4 or 3, whatever the board wants. But I just want to put that out there that, again, I was impressed by many of them. And, each quad at least being distinct with the same program would be important to me. Go ahead, Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, President Duarte. Yeah, I was going to also mention that there is some logistical rationale to being quads. So then you go ahead and do horizontal vertical integration within the quad. So from an organization standpoint, I see that. And I mention that because every one of these candidates was very good in their own way. And I've known the Boys and Girls Club as an example for a long time, and I've seen what they've done. They have a rich history here in the San Gabriel Valley and also in La Puente and Hacienda Heights. Delhaven has a unique history being in La Puente, something that I know that they've enriched the community throughout its existence. I will say this about Student Nest without being repetitive with their devices and so forth. What really grabbed my attention is the fact that they say they have a multilingual call center. From a customer service standpoint, and these kids and parents are our customers. I thought that was pretty enlightened. And then they also apparently have staff people that can go to homes to address any IT issues and so forth. So I thought that was very interesting, from that standpoint, and hotspots and he's right. You talk about connectivity being, you can have the greatest device in the world, but there's no connectivity, and it's not really going to work too well. So I did want to highlight that. I thought that Think Together had a very thoughtful response to my question. It was very, very thorough. In terms of Woodcraft Rangers, really very hands-on. They had a very coordinated presentation. I mean, they really thought how they're going to, it was almost like figure skating, right? Parents figure skating. And they really have such an extensive history. It isn't just going back almost 100 years, but the fact is that they were there when ACES began. I thought was kind of infused what my view of them. And they're apparently, they had one individual that's been there for 15 years, yet they had another one that had been there for only 3. I see that they're still being innovative despite being that period of time. And their Birch program sounded really well. I mean, 7,000 families, that's pretty good. And the other part that's very relevant to our school district is that they're the only provider that talked about dual immersion. They talked about Spanish, they talked about Chinese. The fact that they understand that curriculum and the diversity of our school district with respect to language and culture also I viewed as very positive. But again, all of them were very good on a number of different levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Ms. Medrano?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute my audio. Actually, I'd like to echo what Mr. Kwok said. I really liked Delhaven, having been in the district for so long. I'm glad we're picking from a few. I think we said about 3 to 4, hopefully. And in that sense, I think I have a pretty good feel of who I think I'd like to kind of move through, if in fact we're taking action on it. But
We're not taking action today on it.
No? Okay. Oh, yeah. Good. I mean, I just
our regular schedule board next week.
Boys and Girls Club, of course, some of the work they do around the district is good. I really enjoyed Woodcraft Rangers as well, and some of the stuff they had. But yeah, I know it's not much, but there was just a few I kind of like I thought stood out from the others. And for me, it was Delhaven and I'd say Woodcraft Rangers, more or less. But yeah.
Okay, great. So look over your notes, be prepared so we can move forward at the regular board meeting. Again, for me too, I think there's like 3 or 4 that have risen to the top, at least in my eyes, from what I heard and what I saw. And so we'll have that discussion on whether it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever we decide. So keep in mind for the next board meeting. Should we take a break? Recess? Looks like
I'm good for a break.
Yeah, so it is 1:52. Should we resume the meeting at 2:05? 10 minutes?
Yeah, that works.
Or do you guys want longer? I don't know. See, some people look like they may want longer. 10 minutes is good?
That's cool. 10 minutes is cool.
All right. All right.
205?
Yep. So we'll resume the meeting at 2:05.
All right.
All right, board, if you can let me know when you guys start logging back in. I see Jeffrey,
I'm back.
Chang, Dino. We'll go ahead and begin. 3.04B, discussion and consideration of impact of declining enrollment, analyze alternatives and recognize constraints and receive recommendations for possible reductions for the 2020-2021 fiscal year, which will support the development of a balanced budget in compliance with all applicable statutes, regulations, and requirements. We'll turn it over to Ms. Bowie.
Thank you, Mr. Board President, board member. I would like to begin this item with a quick PowerPoint presentation regarding about the governor may revise budget and the LCFF scenario with decline enrollment. So can you move? So as you see that at the last board meeting that board member have asked me regarding about all different scenarios regarding about a decline enrollment that the district may encounter in the coming school year. So if on this page, you will see that under the new formula, under the May revision is a deficit factor applied to all 3 fiscal years to bring in the COLA all into the negative rate for all 3 years. And then you see that it's a 10% for the first year, 12.18% for the second year, and 14.95% for 2023. Please move to the next slide. So this is a 5-year summary in regarding to the LCFF and funded ADA. If you're looking in the chart here, you will see that, and you see that the blue line reflects the 5 years of decline enrollment in terms of for the Hassana La Puente. So in the 15-16, you see that we start at 18,871, move to 18,572 for 16-17, to 18,163 for 17-18. In the 18-19, we are up to 17,738, and this current year, we are at 17,432. Please move to the next slide. So if you're looking the history of that by looking at a number, you can see that the normal trend, and that's how I call that, is a normal trend, is a reduction of 2% ADA reduction in the past. So that means that moving forward, so this scenario to show you the 2% reduction trend. If you're looking at that, apply the same concept that you would see that we have the LCFF revenue estimate for 2021, 21-22 school year and 22-23. I share with you here the pre-COVID and the post-COVID. That means that the one, if we don't have COVID-19, that is how much we will get the budget for the next year, the next three year, and the post-COVID. So if you're looking at that for 2021, we are now facing $18,552,000 less than the pre-COVID calculation. 21-22 will be at 24.13, for 21-22, and 27,900, almost $28 million for 22-23. With the revenue shortfall to be come up with $7.5 million. And this is the shortfall due to the COVID-19 over the 3 years. If you're looking at that assumption, I put here that assume that this is normal reduction of the ADA due to decline enrollment across the district. And this represented a 12% decrease over the next 3 years. Please move to the next slide. This graph show you in the bar graph the decline enrollment of ADA using the trending, the 2% trending, as well as you would see that the pre-COVID and the post-COVID in terms of revenue. The green bar graph reflect the pre-COVID LCFF calculation, and the blue reflect the post-COVID. And the line, the darker blue line was the trending of the ADA. As you see that this is the 2% reduction at $17.6 million reduction. Please move to the next slide, please. So this is the number. If we are the decline enrollment will be up to 3%. It's very exactly the same concept, the same calculation. You see the pre-COVID-19 for 2021, 2021, 22, and 22, 23 are the same. The post-COVID will be different. And now we see it now from the $70 million, if a 3% reduction, we will move into 75,143,000. This is the shortfall of 7512 represented 13% decrease in the funding. Please move to the next slide. So this is the reflection of the numbers in terms of the bar graph. It's the same concept like I have shared with you, 2021, 21, 22, the pre-COVID in green, the post-COVID in blue, the dark line trending, it shows the decline enrollment over the next 3 years. Please move to the next slide. So the next scenario, what I prepare for is a 1% increment so we can see the difference. And every time we lose 1%, that's how the number. So this is a 4% reduction in ADA. The same concept, nothing changed. However, the number now changed from 70 to 75 to become $80 million if we lose 4% reduction of ADA. Same concept, that this will be represented almost 14% in total funding. Please move to the next one. Same concept, this is the bar graph, and you see that the green representing the pre-COVID, blue representing post-COVID, and the trending line representing the ADA. Please move to the next one. So this is the 5%. What does it mean to the 5% to us? The 5% does mean that we are declined 2.5 times in the normal decline. So now the number, like you see, from 70 to 75 to 80, and now it's going to be 85. $85 million reduction if we lose 5% of our ADA. It represented the 14, almost 15% decrease in our funding. Please move to the next slide. The same thing concept, and you see that it make it easier for some of you, the one you don't like to see the number, you would see the bar graph. It would be the same concept, fraction with the same number. Now the 5% will be 85.1 million. Next slide, please. So this is the last scenario that I prepare for the reduction. That this is going to be now moved to 6% reduction in ADA. Same concept. Now you see from 85, now it's going to be 89.9. Actually, we should say that it should be about 90 million. So assume that this is the low reduction of ADA and the 3 times the normal trending. That will be $70 million and representing 15.5% decrease in our funding. So and you see that, and you see that it very clearly calculate, and using the May revision, that every 1% reduction, you will see that reflection in about $5 million. And next slide, please. And this is the same concept. This is a bar graph for you to see. And if I want to point out the number here. If you're looking at that, if we're talking about if we lose 6% in next year, if you're looking at that, we will start 2021 at 17,142. We will be down to 15,152 in 2023. So in 3 years, this is a $90 million revenue reduction over 3 years. So next slide. Actually, I want to share this with all of you, and this will be the open discussion, and including the board discussion regarding about what are we going to do, how are we going to do in coping with COVID-19 decline enrollment, and we are looking for all of the balance of budget, so we can adopt the budget in the next board meeting. However, because preparing for the budget, it doesn't mean that we are not doing anything. Every day, every time we have a chance, the district will continue to join all of the other school districts across California, as well as the county of Los Angeles. As I shared with all of you yesterday, Yesterday, together with 80 other superintendents across LA County, Senator Lapunte, we signed the letter in support the budget from the legislature for 2021 state budget packet, what including all of the key components in the version of the budget. First, we asked them to reject the 10% local funding formula reduction from the May revision. Second, we asked them to adopt an LCFF cost of living of 2.31% was promised to education. We also asked to start to defer $1.87 billion in Prop 98 funding for the 19 and 20 and to the 2021 budget, and defer ongoing of $3.4 billion in funding for 2021 to the 21-22. We also asked to stop the lack of funding, federal funding, and trigger an additional $4.6425 billion in 2021 deferral, would preserve all of the program and instead of making cuts. So we also asked to join to continue to support a few of the key points in the May 2020 May revision. We asked the governor and the legislature to provide the district with all necessary resources to make an online learning visible option for students, not only in preparation for the future state of emergency, but also as and the chance to provide a mean to education relative to the student and family needs. We also asked for the E-rate flexibility to include device and Wi-Fi connectivity as a priority number 1 to cover items. So this device would be received the same discount rate as the district. We also asked to suspend an increment increase for the employer contribution for both CalSTART for certificate and CalPERS for classified over the next 2 years. I would like to use this moment to ask each and every single of you, committee, public, and staff employee, any of you would join me and join the all of the union representatives to continue as the budget, to continue to contact the Sacramento as they are deliberating the budget right now, and with the hoping that hopefully that on June 15th, that the budget, the final budget for next year, will coming out with a better number. So that's it for my presentation for this item.
We'll go ahead and open it up to any questions from the board.
Thank you very much, and any, whatever you need our support, I definitely will support you. You have done a wonderful job, and everything you said is hard numbers. So, anything you need, let us know. Like you write a letter to the governor, and also we should protest it against the governors, cutting off budget. Those are things we really appreciate it you have done for us, and also we want to continue to do that one.
Superintendent Bui, I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken when I see, the budget for reduction that was given to us. I mean, from all departments, everybody will be affected. Classified, certificated, transportation, security, everything. They all need their jobs. And I really hope that the governor and legislation, can work together and provide us with a little bit more support to continue running our school district. Because we're heading to some really sad times if we have to let go of all of our staff. All of these active members, that are in our list. It's just an awful feeling. And I feel for each one of them, because I'm sure they need to pay their bills, they need to provide for their families. And this is just that time we're dealing with right now.
Thank you. I'll share with all of you earlier. I never thought that in my career that I have to do this again. Done that, did it in 2003 and 4, 4, 5, all the way to 7, 8, and get out of all of this nicely with the hard work with everyone. And now this is going to be the time we have to face that again. And just like every single staff and district employee, we did not create this situation. This is not created by us. It creates because of the COVID-19. And yes, I
feel for them. I wish there was something I could say or do.
Again, Annie, these are worst case scenarios, right?
Yes.
So what happens if the Senate and Assembly budget gets adopted?
If it's adopted differently, immediately we can adjusting the plan. I'm ready, and I'm ready for anything that any better number coming up that I can adjust the plan within a couple of days.
Because from my understanding, from the Assembly and state budget that they're proposing from the state Senate, is there's still cuts, but it's a lot less in cuts. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's what we fight for. One thing that I have shared with you what I'm afraid. What I'm afraid is that they would pass a budget with a no or to give us the less cut, and then when we're coming into the school year or after January when the reality check, then they would have the mid-year cut or to postpone the cut into the next school year. And as we know that the domino effect, longer we delay or the longer the cut be delayed, the worse effect is going to be. So we hope for the best. At the meantime, I want to prepare the board and the school district for the worst case scenario that, as we know, the COVID-19 continue to be an issue, create the more unemployment, less income, less tech income, less fair income, as we need to prepare for.
So from what I've read is the state Senate and the Assembly are basing their budget on the federal government actually passing the HEROES Act and getting money to the state so that they can pass on down to school districts and cities and everyone else.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So what happens if we adopt a budget based on what the Assembly and state Senate pass, and if the governor signs it and the federal government does not?
I have shared with you what I'm afraid. What I'm afraid is that they would pass a budget with a no or to give us the less cut. And then when we're coming into the school year or after January when the reality check, then they would have the mid-year cut or to postpone the cut into the next school year. And as we know that the domino effect, longer we delay or the longer the cut be delayed, the worse effect is going to be. So we hope for the best. At the meantime, I want to prepare the board and the school district for the worst case scenario that, as we know, the COVID-19 continue to be an issue, create the more unemployment, less income, less tech income, less fair income, as we need to prepare for.
So from what I've read is the state Senate and the Assembly are basing their budget on the federal government actually passing the HEROES Act and getting money to the state so that they can pass on down to school districts and cities and everyone else.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So what happens if we adopt a budget based on what the Assembly and state Senate pass, and if the governor signs it and the federal government does not step up to help out the local states?
Then you have to do mid-year cut. Yes, and that is what I'm afraid. Like I shared with all of you earlier, that's what I'm afraid. We adopt the budget and the better case scenario, then something can happen that we have to face mid-year cut, or we have to postpone the more cut into the following year. That's why in terms of budgeting, you always prepare for the worst case scenario. And then if there is a better number or the better budget, then you immediately correction or do the budget revision immediately to change the budget rather than to approve the budget on the best case scenario, then you have to go to mid-year.
I have a question in regards to projects like the La Puente swimming pool and Wedgeworth. Do we have the money to use it? I know you're good with numbers, and I mean, I trust you when it comes on, but let's say we're continuing to go forward. Will we be able to pay these contractors or these companies to continue? Can we afford it? That's my question.
So, so this is related to the budget, and I would refer back to the project budget for La Puente and the kitchen and the pool. The funding was already standing aside for the project. As you know that the project already going on at La Puente High School right now. So you have that budget on hand and it's already prepared to pay the contractor. As you know, they already there working at La Puente High School. So I want to take another moment to talking about, as you asking me very directly about whether or not we can afford it, for the upcoming projects. So every project, when you determine the funding, it's really depend on how you approve the funding. The funding can be approved based on the ongoing balance, ongoing basic. You can use a portion of the reserve to pay for that, or you can choose to go out to financing the project and will be payment in the future. So there is a lot of different case scenarios that you will have to decide and you have to make a decision based on that. So that is my answer to your direct question, Mr. Director.
So financing means pretty much get a loan from an institution, a bank, and then pay them interest aside from what we already set aside. Is that correct?
Yes, the financing is basically a long-term loan. It's just like you purchase your house, you don't purchase it for a year or 2 years, you're going to purchase for a long period of time.
Thank you.
Now, Annie, with COVID and everything we need to do to make our schools safe, those are going to be a lot of one-time expenditures that the board's going to have to decide on to make sure we spend it from our reserves to protect our kids and our staff, right?
That is correct. The board, yes, the board will spend more money to make sure that it stays safe. The board also want to make sure that you reserve the funding for the future as well.
But we do have money in our reserves to make sure we have enough PPE and
Mr. Duarte,
sanitizers, masks, everything.
So I want to make sure that I would like to share this. For the PPE equipment, I can assure you that I think that I have our director of purchasing online on the chat, on the attendees here. We have plenty of them. Already purchased for a lot of hand sanitizer. Maybe I can share with you a couple of things that look. I have it in my office here. I have here the mask. I have here the wipe. I have the spray here and hand sanitizer there. And we have prepared for this. Not only just now or to preparing for the coming, we have been prepared for that over the months.
And if I'm correct, the governor said that he was going to supply all the school districts with a lot of these things, correct?
Mr. Dwight, you absolutely correct. However, I am waiting to get the phone call that we are going somewhere to pick it.
Yeah, and as a district, we have to take the initiative to get it for our classrooms and our students and staff, and we can't wait for the governor to hopefully supply us with some of these things he says he's going to supply. So we're doing it on our own already.
Yes, we have all of the product on hand, as you can see, and if you would like to see the number, I can share with, I can have Mr. Duarte, Joe Duarte to share with you. We have everything on hand. And as we go, we continue, and I continue to have a conversation with purchasing and asking, are we have enough? Do we need to buy more? Can we looking into the stock item? Can we assure that we have enough as we go?
From what I understand, what the governor is proposing, it's not reimbursing us for what we're buying right now. It's sending direct supplies to us. Do you know anything about that, or am I misunderstanding?
Yes. No, you did not misunderstand. I understand the same thing. And right at the moment I heard about that, I have contact all different agencies to asking when will we receive it. However, I haven't able to figure it out yet. And as you know me, that I will continue to call until I get the answer.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct. There has been a promise to provide those to us, those PPE equipment to us.
I had a question. Do you happen to know if the district proclaimed a state of emergency to get reimbursed through FEMA?
Yes, we have applied at FEMA.
Okay.
We are, however, the FEMA will be kicked in after the COVID-19 end, as you submit all expenditure. And I have shared with you that I was the one to handle the FEMA reimbursement back then in the Northridge earthquake. And share with you how many years ago in the 90s that was. The FEMA, yes, absolutely, anything we expended now. As we go, Mr. De La Torre, that we quote them COVID-19. We quote them very clear, said COVID-19 for every single thing we purchased during this time. We keep a record. We are scanning everything and we are ready the minutes, everything, and we submit as we go. Hopefully that we will get the FEMA reimbursement in the future, but at this time it's undetermined in terms of timeline or indeterminate of how much or how reimbursement we will receive.
So we might not see that money for 2 to 3 years from now, reimbursement.
We could, or it really depends. I heard all different information. Some said that the phase 1 of the first 3 months of expenditure, we may receive it sooner, hopefully by the end of next year. Some say that at the end of the next 2 or 3 years. As we go, we continue to ensure that we keep track all of the COVID-19 expenditure to ensure, and we submit everything to, doesn't matter where we can submit it. We submit all, whether or not it's a federal or state or FEMA, we will make sure that we submit, and hopefully that we will receive the reimbursement in the future.
And I have a question for Superintendent Bui, maybe Mr. President Anthony Duarte. I know you had mentioned that there's a committee that is working to get the schools ready within, 2 months that we're starting? Through operations, do you happen to know if we've made it a point where we're moving, I guess, those portable classrooms? I know we have some at the AMAR Center to provide those school sites with ample, I guess, area for them to be taught if we do go and start teaching at the school sites? So is that in the works?
So no, Annie, you can talk about that as it is in regards to the budget and how we move it, because we
cash, to move those.
We have to be careful because that's not part of what we're discussing right now.
Well, it has to do with money, right? I mean, is it something that's an extra cost?
So that, Annie, you can talk about the budget implications for that, and if there's available equipment, buildings, portables.
So that's portable. Yeah, they are portable at some different location. However, as you see that to place a portable into the school, it requires time and also contractor to begin. The process for those, it will take months. And as we see that during COVID-19, we are not able to do so. In addition to that, not only that, some of the portable we have it at AMAR. Those are the ones I purchased from other districts for $1 each. However, the cost for installation at significant more than $1. So yes, as we go, we haven't moving anything yet as we go, because the cost involved, and we are still working on the budget for the following year.
can you let the board know how much it costs when every time you install a portable?
So I want to share with you one of the number like this. And I do not remember that. If you remember that a few years back when we installed 4 different portable at one elementary school, that project, including everything combined, that is over $2 million for 4 portable.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? One more time, any other comments from the board?
I just have one very quick comment. I know that CSBA has been taking a look at the timeline, and there's so many things we're discussing here in terms of the budget, in terms of Prop 98. I know that I've had a personal conversation with our state senator, Bart Archuleta, and he told me personally that he's doing everything he can in order to protect our Prop 98 funding, so there's not going to be that level of incursion. I know there are certain dates coming up. There's a budget adoption deadline that's coming up in June, and then I know that there's an important date in July and August. And Annie, you and I have had really long conversations about looking at our classroom and how it could be reimagined. And one of the things that we talked about was these barriers, right? These plexiglass barriers and so forth. So I presume that with our committee and so forth, we're all going there, and we're also being prepared from a budget standpoint in order how we can ensure at least the best that we can to protect our students in a reimagined classroom environment.
Did we lose you, Annie?
I'm sorry, Mr. Duarte.
Oh, no, was there a response to Mr. Kwok's comments?
Oh, yes, we have been preparing, working on that. We, like Mr. Duarte, I have already shared with you, we have the task force committee are working on that, including what and how are we going to return to the school safely. In addition to that, it's my understanding also that after that, we will be involved with all stakeholders, all HCSCA, SCIU, and HPLTT continue to looking for at how are we going to be safety return into the school in the next school year with multiple options now, and hopefully that we will adopt one of or more than one option to use it for the next school year. Yes, we are working on that, and as you see that we are begin working already on all of the flexi class, and we're going to take turns, from one school to the other one. So as you see, and if you happen to come up to a few schools that the staff already successfully to do in-house the installation of the sneak guard in the front office, and we're going to continue to looking for that, working on that across the school district in the public area, such as cafeteria, where you see that the cafeteria, it will be with the student during the lunch, the front office. And we are working with the principal on those locations that we need to install those.
Annie, I know that during the many discussions we've had, one of the area of interaction and information is that we've been very close with LACO, right? In terms of what it looks like, what we're going forward and so forth. And I know, and obviously the CDE supervises and manages the school districts through the County Office of Education. So can you just describe how you're doing that in dealing with all the budgets issues and so forth as we go forward with LACO?
Dr.
I'm sorry, did you hear what I had to say?
No, I'm sorry that I hear Dr. Chang as well, so I couldn't hear what you say.
Okay. So what I was saying was about LACO. I know you've had incredible conversations with LACO, long-standing, every day, right?
Yeah.
And CDE, right? And CDE manages all the school districts through their County Office of Education, because I've spoken to LACO myself in terms of how it's looking forward, right? So just kind of emphasize the importance of what you're doing. You contact LACO every day, and I know for a fact that you've been looking for people sometimes whenever they don't call you back on a timely basis to know what's going on with LACO.
Yeah, we are in conversation at 7 in the morning, pretty much every other day. We continue to communicate throughout the day. At any time we can or anything new, we could contact them. We are follow the guideline from LACO, the states and CDC very clear, very closely. And anything that we are not sure, I contact LACO and I will not giving up until somebody answer to me.
Thank you. I just have a quick comment, and I want to thank you for working on this. I know how much it weighs on you when you have to present us with these items, and I think I know I speak for all board members when I say that none of us like this at all or enjoy it. Unfortunately, it's part of our responsibilities being on the board to have to do this. And you mentioned it in your remarks, like this isn't a consequence of bad fiscal management on the district's part. This isn't a consequence of the state making some piece of legislation to segue our funding. Whenever anything happens economically, the downturn in California or anywhere for that matter, the first thing that they think to cut is they can cut is state education funding. And I know we have a guarantee with Prop 98, but I feel like this crisis more than anything, at least in our capacity as elected officials and stewards of the government, has highlighted some structural issues in our priorities statewide. And I just want to comment that seeing these things, it's going to affect some people that I know probably personally. People who I've had relationships with, people who taught me and impacted my life, and it's just a terrible reality that we have to face. It's uncomfortable as a board member, but it's going to be nothing compared to our employees or staff or whoever programs we have and our students that have to bear the brunt of this. It's just a good time to highlight, broadly. I think just as a state or as a people, where we prioritize our dollars, and I think I'm hoping that when we get through this, it'll be a broader conversation about how we.
Let me add, Annie, I think it is an emotional time. I get it. And we say so often that we're a family here in the district. So whenever something like this happens, we're all part of it. And it is very, very emotionally, it's emotionally hard. And so I can see it in your comments. I've seen it in the other board members and all my fellow board members. So the fact that you express it the way you did, again, shows that you care deeply about the people that you work with and that have made a difference in the lives of this community and all the kids that we are privileged to serve.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kwok. And I always said, I will promise to all of you, whether or not it's board member, staff, or any committee we serve, that if there's anything we can do, and as you all know, that I will be back to pencil all the number again, like I did it very early in my career. When I did at the Director of Fiscal, Mr. O just left about a couple of weeks ago, about last week. I will be back in fiscal, and myself, I will be continue working as in my job, and continue to chair fiscal services until the time we find the next person to be there with staff to going through this and pencil every single dollar that we can save, because it does matter everything we can do to protect the job of the staff employed over here. And I will do that, and I will do that with heart and compassion. That is the only that I will promise it to each of you.
Thank you very much, Annie.
Are there any other comments or questions? Any other comments, questions from the board? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. 3.04C, approve construction of the Wedgeworth K-8 project and authorize funding and bidding process for the project. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion by Dr. Chang. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kwok. We'll go ahead and open it up for discussion. Is there any discussion?
Yes, if I may.
Yes.
I think we need to make a responsible decision on this. I understand we want a school built, and you know my position when it comes down to how it would affect other school sites. But aside from that, we're dealing right now with pandemic, and it's affecting us. And we might be getting a reduction of force, and it's something that we need to take into consideration before we move forward. And $52 million. This is to start off. It's not chump change, you know, something that we can just, oh, it's no big deal. We have it. As we know, this is twice as much as other school districts spending per square foot. I really ask you to reconsider, or at least put it on the table for now, because we need to take care of our own. We need to take care of our employees. We need to take care of our families, and start looking at how it's going to look like, you know, with this COVID-19. You know, how is the classroom going to look like? You know, are we going to have more classes, more classrooms? Do we need more teachers? You know, more hours for staff to be disinfecting and cleaning all these areas? These are jobs. And I think we do have other school sites that we can provide for our Wedgeworth students and our families, where they can feel safe and secure. And then bring it up again. And, you know, we're here to serve our communities. Our communities voted us in to speak on their behalf. And yes, you know, we come from different backgrounds, different experiences, but I think it's important for us to really, truly think about what this is going to do. Because we can't just go and buy a new car and, you know, not knowing what's going to happen, if we're going to have a job or not. So please take that into consideration. We need to save our teachers, our TOSAs, classified staff. They need their jobs. And if we can use those funds to pay them so that they can provide for their families, I think we need to do that. It's the right thing to do. So please reconsider.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Del Torre. Are there any other board comments? Again, any other board comments before we move on? All right, seeing none. Nancy, roll call.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Nay.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Doherty?
Aye. Motion carries 4-1. 4.01, audience members who wish to speak to items listed under closed session only may address the board at this time. I believe the only one who signed up was Christine Salazar to speak on closed session items only.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Honestly, I was going to talk about what you guys are going to be talking during a closed session, and it's, you guys are going to be discussing, talking to all our unions and what the future will hold in the next upcoming school year. But I can't help but be disappointed after this vote, because the ones that are going to be greatly affected are not just going to be our students, our kids, but the people that you're going to just speak right now with labor negotiations, and that's our unions, who are going to have to make some very hard decisions and are going to see some very tough times in the next couple of years. It is sad that we have a board that I hoped was going to listen to the public and its unions. I mean, they were adamant about just to make sure you guys were making the choice based on the financial aspect of what the impact of it will have on them and on the district. So I just hope you guys will continue working with the unions and keeping them first, because they're the ones who are going to be dealing with our kids, with our kids' safety. And we owe our teachers, our classified, certified, everything, because they do one heck of a job for us. And the fact that you didn't stand by with them and voted yes on the Wedgewood project, knowing full well that we don't know the financial aspect of it, but we don't know what's going to happen the next couple of years, is it's just outright sad. And I want to thank you, Board Member De La Torre, for standing strong and for listening to the community and listening to our employees. And I just want to say thank you for your support and knowing full well the impact such a project will have on this school district. Thank you.
Right, I saw Margaret raise her hand, but I don't know where she went. Margaret, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead.
Margaret, CSCA Hacienda La Puente, Margaret Caldera, sorry. It's disgusting. That's the nicest word that I can say by the action of the four of you. It's disgusting.
Stick to closed session.
This is closed session. Isn't it about the item on the way you just voted on?
Nope, that's not closed session.
Oh, that wasn't closed session. Okay, well, I got to say what I say. And also when you go in to discuss whatever that government code was, again, we hope that it's something positive for CSCA members who have gone so long without that salary increase. And we are facing potential layoffs. We would like to settle. We've already come to an agreement, a tentative agreement on all articles except the waiver of our rights. We will not allow the district to continue to waive our rights. And we are hoping that the school board will do the right thing and settle our contract and take the waiver to PERB and have them make that determination. Also, because of these waivers of the rights that the district is implementing, I've been receiving multiple calls today from CSCA members at the Willow Adult School because Maggie, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, Maggie something G, called our members into a meeting today and told them that they will not be receiving compensation from May the 26th through June 5th. And if they wanted to be compensated, they would have to use their own vacation and ill time or comp time to be paid, when the district should be paying them. And what you're doing is illegal and constantly doing illegal actions. And I hope that this can be corrected and all these illegal actions and waivers of our rights, that it's stopped. You need to bring CSCA in and work collaboratively with us to get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, again, this is for closed session only. If you're going to be commenting, it has to be on closed session items only. Next up, I see Adriana Quinones. All right, we'll come back to Adriana. It looks like we're having difficulty connecting with her. Next, I see Rita Reyes Acosta. Rita, are you there?
Yes, just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, board, and those that are listening, members of the community and the unions. I echo the same comments as the previous speaker. This is a very huge disappointment and disregard, a blatant disregard on behalf of the 4 board members, taking a decision that was made
Rita, we're not talking about that. We're talking about closed session items only right now. You have something to say about the closed session items?
Okay, so there's a budget negotiation item as part of the closed session. So it pertains to the unions and negotiating. Isn't that correct?
You can talk about that. That's correct.
Yes, and so along with those lines, it's budget related. So that's what my comment is, that there was a blatant disregard and continues to be by 4 members. And you are not representing the community's wishes and desires of how to move forward this district. You just, numbers were just presented in regards to what the outlook is, and it was blatantly disregarded. It's clearly political agendas are more important than the community benefit. And this is all set up so that it takes place before the new superintendent comes in and the new elections come in November. It's really, really a blatant disregard, and conflict of interest is throughout. Mr. De La Torre, thank you so much for listening to the community and standing by.
Thank you. Next, I see Jasmine Montez.
Hello?
Yes, Jasmine, go ahead and begin.
Hi, I want to just, I'm honestly just shocked and disgusted. You guys decided to vote for this and disregard the employees that you guys are potentially going to lay off. It's just, I have no words. I'm disgusted. Your votes were bought and paid for. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try Adriana Quinones again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Quinones, and I represent the community of Hacienda Heights. I can tell you, based on your vote, that Mr. Medrano, Mr. Duarte, Mr. Chang, and Mr. Kwok, you did not represent our community. You know well that you have to look at the budget first before you start making decisions. With COVID-19, you don't know how much money you're going to need to adapt the classrooms and other necessities. So I don't know why this vote was rushed without proper feedback from the community. We were promised that would happen. That was not done. So at this point, needless to say, our community is furious. I can tell you, Mr. Duarte, when election comes again, it's likely that we will not be elected again. Mr. Chang, I know that you have a select group of people that you represent only.
Ms. Quinones, do you have
very,
so this is for closed session items only? Is there anything else you'd like to add for closed session items only?
Okay, and it has to do with budget. Is that correct, Mr. Duarte?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it is related to it because the budget as a whole is going to be affected. So we have to look at our priorities, which is the existing schools right now. Are we ready to bring back the students with adapted classrooms? And also, I just wanted to let you know that we as a community feel that you have to look at cutting back consultants, the PR firm, before you start laying off teachers and classified staff. Know that at this point, that you have to rush something like, it's beyond belief. Mr. Medrano, I had so much more hope in you, knowing that you and I will be working hard to get our congressman elected, but this has really hurt us. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see Victoria Gomez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Victoria. Go to begin.
Hi, board. My name is Victoria Gomez. I am a former student of HLPUSD K through 12. And I am here to talk about the budget and the Wedgeworth project. I really think that this is a mistake. And by intentionally and knowingly choosing yes on the Wedgeworth project, you are also intentionally destroying families. You are intentionally unemploying parents and support systems for our young children. So you might think that layoffs are just affecting those individual people. They do not. They affect the children of our community, and they affect the children of the classrooms that we are dealing with. And so in a sense, if you move forward with this project and deny stability in these families, you are contributing to the systems of oppression that make our society so unstable and vulnerable to depression. In the midst of COVID, this is absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable. You are intentionally creating unstable families and households and creating vulnerable situations for more chaos and traumatic experiences to occur. Should you, by not giving in, and you are using the state budgets and unenrollment, trending unenrollment as a cop-out to justify this unruly behavior. But in reality, you could put your foot down and demand for more funding by the state. And you can put your foot down and find other avenues of keeping our families stable. But instead, you are choosing to continue on with a project that is very unnecessary. And if COVID has shown us anything, we do not need facilities to move forward. We are able to function somewhat well, not fully as well, but we are still a functioning school district without actual sites. And therefore, we do not need Wedgeworth. So I encourage y'all to really think of this through one more time. It is never too late to side to be on the side of justice and for what is right. And I ask you, what side of history would you like to be on during this pandemic? Would you like to be on the history of building beautiful buildings? Or would you like to be on the side of strengthening family bonds? And that's what I leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn from public meeting to closed session?
I move.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second? I will go ahead and second that. Roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jiang, Dr. Jiang, Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We are adjourned from public meeting to closed session.
Hey, we got protest. Yeah, they're out there. Someone's putting signs up.
All right, looks like we got everybody back. We'll go ahead and reconvene the public meeting. 4.05, report of actions taken during the closed session. There are none. 5, board comments. Mr. Del Torre.
I'm sorry, Mr. Medrano here, or are we waiting for him?
No, he's on. Actually, yeah, we'll start with Mr. Medrano.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Doherty. Thanks, staff and cabinet for this event, this meeting. I think this was probably, since I've been on the board, the longest one we've clocked, and I think probably the most painful. I want to address members of the community about the board's actions to move forward with the Wedgeworth School and project. When I first got on this board, it was a project that I wasn't sure was right for us. And as time went by and I read through the 7-Eleven committee's report, the thought behind it, and frankly, you go walk the school and see the portables, you really feel a responsibility to make sure that those kids are in classrooms like all of our other students are. We passed a bond in 2016 to make sure that all of our classrooms and our facilities are upgraded. And today we affirmed the construction of Wedgeworth. It's disheartening that it's controversial, but I know as passionately as I think Mr. Del Torre has been about his position on the matter, members of the community have been on this matter, we feel passionately about it in the same way. And it doesn't mean that anyone's wrong or right, it's just a difference of opinion and approach on how we see what's best for the district. The decision was made with a lot of thought, care on the board's part, years before I even got on the board, had this planning started. And I'm really looking forward to the future of that site and how it impacts the kids and members of the community. You know, the undertone of this meeting, of course, was the difficulty of dealing with the budget realities. Probably the most sombering board session I've ever had. Our staff has worked tirelessly to make sure that they're approaching this in the best way possible, because at the end of the day, this is for kids. In the same way, my belief was about Wedgeworth being for our kids. And I know that everyone in this organization, no matter what their actions or thoughts are, shares that deep sense of obligation to the community that we're responsible to. And for that, I'm thankful to be here for all this, and I'm thankful to staff for all the work that they do to make things happen. And I'm thankful to everyone in the community who voiced their opinion on these issues. It's good to see people involved. It's good to see people speaking their conscience about the direction they want to see their community go. And I think that's going to be, in the long run, a really good thing for our district. On that note, speaking of civic engagement, I don't know if we had the chance to, but anyone who's been around lately has, of course, had to notice the news and the awful events that took place with George Floyd. And if we could just adjourn the meeting in his memory, I'd really like to do that, President, if possible. And with that, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. Mr. Del Torre.
Good evening, everyone. I want to start off by thanking the over 200 community participants for today's meeting today. I appreciate it's been a long day. I want to ask everyone to please walk our district schools. They're all in great need, and all kids matter. All kids matter. I do want to say that I'm trying. I am a believer that we will get through this. I know we're going through some hard times, and but we're fighters. We'll get through this. I do want to finish my comments on a positive note. I want to congratulate the Valley Knights, the La Puente Warriors, the Workman Lobos, and a special thank you to Miss English for all her years of service to our students. It is greatly appreciated. Wilson High School and Los Altos, tomorrow is your celebration, so I'm looking forward to that. And I'm going to end it with a word. Integrity. I want you to think about that word, integrity. And I'll end my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Del Torre. Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was just communicating with my wife, and was somewhat surprised that 8 hours after we began, we were here. And but this is what we signed up for in terms of being the best possible stewards for our community and the school district. And the one aspect of it that has always been what we are is the engagement of our community members, because democracy is participatory. That is nowhere made more clear than our school district. So I'm always appreciative whenever they come out and express their viewpoints on the various matters that lie before us. And today was a sobering and somber meeting, just because of the economic realities that we're going to have to be confronting. And I would put into emphasis about what the president of the Teachers Union had indicated about the anti-xenophobia and the resolution that we had passed last time. And it speaks immensely of who we are and what we are. And as I talk to my daughter continuously, because we're essentially under somewhat of a quarantine, that we talk about these events here that have been really a historic game changer from what I've seen and can understand. And see where we are as a country, and to have seen what happened to someone who really did not deserve what happened to this person in a state that I visited was heartbreaking. And as we continue on our quest for racial equity and social justice, I'm reminded of why we do what we do. And I'm also reminded that sometimes, as I was reading some of the scholarship, being a non-racist is not necessarily the way that it's meant to work. That being non-racist may still mean that you're complicit with systemic issues that we have. So really the way that we should see this as being an anti-racist. And this is how our country is at this point. And and its path forward is going to be grounded in that type of transformation in the view of who we are as a country and what we aspire to be. I want to thank the staff for putting together the meeting with the interviews. They were many great and impressive organizations. I look forward to engaging hopefully more than one of them to bring their value here to our school district. And to touch upon, at least briefly, the Wedgeworth project, I would say that Wedgeworth is unique because there's no school site that looks like Wedgeworth. And if there was another school site that was like Wedgeworth anywhere else in our school district, I would view it as the same aspect of it, through the lens of, is there equality? Is there consistency? Is there fairness? Is there an equal opportunity and equal access? And that's the lens. And it's a factual lens and it's an objective lens. And it also has been a very sobering one when you look at it through the decades in terms of its existence. I also would like to end this and in this way. I see my daughter who is on these Zoom classrooms, and to see her literally playing her music or trying to learn how to march in a setting that nobody before has learned how to march. Because although my daughter, as an example, and they're all kids in my school district, but my daughter, although she has played an instrument, she's never marched. So to see her literally take chalk and go in front of our driveway and mark off yards so that she can learn how to march when school reopens. And to see her take other classes there has been really remarkable for me, just to be able to witness that part of it. I hope and pray that as we go forward, we do what we have to do to protect our kids and our employees as we have to go to reopen. That part of it is a very significant task that we face, that all school districts face. And it's something that I think about each and every day, of what we can do to maximize our kids' learning experience, especially since they have gone through so much, unlike any other generation before them. I did attend the drive-by graduations at Valley, La Puente, and Workman, and they were unbelievably festive to go ahead and see that. And I'm very pleased that we were able to go ahead and do that for our kids in that way, and our two remaining high schools, we're going there tomorrow. I would like to think that at some point, we can also extend that to our middle schools because of everything that's happened to them. And so as we go through this, I would like to see them have an opportunity to do that, because this is a unique generation, because they're making that transition, and that's a very significant transition to go from middle school to high school. And I would second what Mr. Medrano indicated about a moment of silence because of what has happened, what we're going through in this country, and that if there's anything that we're taught us is we have to stay together and be united in times like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chang.
Thank you. The first thing I heard that Cindy Greenup mentioned about something, some problems working in the La Puente High School office. I hope somebody can go over there, take a look, and that is not a working condition. It's very dirty, and the whole thing is not right. I didn't notice when I was in the La Puente High School, but it seems she has mentioned about that one, and I think we should, send somebody to go over, take a look what happened there. And I'm glad that the board finally, fulfilled their commitment to rebuild the Wedgeworth, and I really hope that we can finish those items very necessary for our students. See, we all the board members are here for students, and we also very fair to every single student. And when they have a problem suffering, and we always try to accommodate and solve the problems. Like I remember one time, this Los Altos High School built a brand new swimming pool, and the students complained that the locker room is too far away from the Los Altos High School. So the board immediately passed, I think, how much money? It's pretty significant money, and built a locker room next to the swimming pool immediately. And so this is how much we care about our students in our school district. But in the Wedgeworth, and they are long overdue to rebuild. And all the board members previously, for the last 10 or 12, 15 years, that the Wedgeworth need to rebuild. It's not in a working condition. Okay, and but every time there's an opportunity to refurbish the school or rebuild or modernize the school, then it always pushed aside, saying we were going to rebuild this Wedgeworth, and then we save the money for when they need to rebuild. So the time went on so fast, and the students, you can see they are eating outside, either under the sun or in the rain. They still have to eat their lunch outside there in that weather condition. And that, if I'm a parent, when you see suffering in that way, I don't know how you feel. I feel really painful on that one. And also, they have a problem is they don't have kitchen. And so they have to separate the teaching schedules in a different tier. So when they start to serve the food to the last few students, they run out of food. So what happens, they do is that they just go to the freezer, take the yogurts, ice cream, and some other things, just say, hey, this is your. I don't think that we like to see these kind of things happen. So right now, finally, Whitworth can have a decent place, and also this one, I think at least I think it shows that this school board really care about every single students in our school district. We will not ignore any one of them. We want to take care of every one of them. And another thing is last week I attended the Canvas training, and Canvas is a teaching tool and for teachers and students. And of course, it has so much, opportunities for teachers to tailor this course. And this is a very interesting concept. I remember used to be, when I was in the college and so on, we started to write a computer program. And that time, we tried to write a computer program to play chess. And no matter how hard we work on those programs, and we cannot beat these masters. But nowadays, we have the programs that can beat all the best players in the world. And why is that one? Because this computer has the AI in there. It is a collection of all the best players in the whole world. So nowadays, when we have this Canvas, this tool in here, we can ask teachers collaborate together and build up a curriculum and the best fit for the school or for the school districts. In this way, this curriculum combine all the experts, all the different opinions. We can continue to improve and make it better, and it will result in the best curriculum, and we can deliver to the students. So this is the new trend of the future generation learning. And I remember once one person said, to get the knowledge is not difficult, but to get a way to get the knowledge, that is very important. So, and our school district is starting this Canvas training, and I hope this school district can take this concept, and help the student, help the teachers, or ask the teachers collaborate together to build up the curriculum and combine all of their experience and deliver to our students. In this way, our students can learn fast, can learn a lot more, and of course, it has much more fun. And I really like this tool. By the way, and this Canvas, this package also used in all the state colleges, as I know. And because everybody's starting to use this kind of teaching instrument, so all the publishers, when they publish their books, they all provide this type of information for teachers to incorporate that one to build up their curriculum for this course. So that will be the trend of the future textbook. So I really encourage our school districts get our teachers ready on this kind of software, so that when those new textbooks come out, and can immediately incorporate those resources into these software packages. So we have a very different way and a very effective way and a very promising way of teaching our students. So I'm really excited, and also I want to thank school district build up and starting to develop this kind of curriculums for our students. So thank you so much. That's my comment.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. I will keep my remarks short. It's been a long day, not only just for the board, but for our staff. So let them get back home. So first, I just want to thank staff for working hard for all the interviews, for putting together the Zoom meeting. Really want to thank Annie for leading the district at this time, and cabinet, and all of our staff. It's been some very difficult conversations we've been having, but I know we're going to get through this, and we can only do that if we all work together to get through this. I want to thank my colleagues on the board. Again, it's been a long day, but it just shows me how dedicated you all are by giving up your day to work out these very important issues for our district. We may not always agree. I don't agree with every single one of my colleagues on every single issue, but I think we far more agree than we disagree on a lot of stuff when it comes to how important our district is for us. And I just want to thank you all for being professional and respectful through some of these difficult conversations. This is just going to be the one of, unfortunately, probably many. But again, we really need to take what our association are saying and contact our state leaders, contact our federal leaders, and let them know that we need the federal government to pass the HEROES Act so that we don't have as big of an impact on our budget due to COVID. But again, we only can do that if we all work together to reach out to our federal and state leaders. So please continue to do that. We'll go ahead and take a few moments of silence for George Floyd at this time. Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Gino Kwok.
We have a motion by Dr. Chang, a second by Mr. Kwok. Roll call.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Marty.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We are adjourned from close. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.